Set everything up real quick. Alright, everything should be good now. Got FMP mirror. What else did we miss? Because we're a little late. I didn't realize EU had already been going. Worst case, when we run out of EU games, if NA doesn't start for a couple hours, we'll just backtrack. So you can kind of rewind on the YouTube VODs at least. Yeah, we got FMP mirror. We're at 2 to 1, 15% damp. Yellow weapon to block gets MD'd. MD gets stopped. Cassidy has renewal and wall. No skin. No Heart of the Wild. I don't know. RMP's OP, guys. Where's all the ferals everywhere? I think Trill and Waz are like the only non-ferals, I think. I think Tony was playing Kitty Cleave randomly instead of Jungle, which surprised me. I remember someone meme tweeting that he was compromised because he wasn't tweeting about Lava, that he was going to play with an Ellie, but maybe they just played it in that matchup. I just skimmed it. I'm kind of late. Another block. That's the second and last ice block. Cassidy getting some uptime on him. No blocks. Gets kicked. They swap over. Stun the healer for CC. Nothing gets followed up. Actually, they get the ring. Cassidy kind of taking it on his go. Never mind. Gets a shield for half of his life bar. Crazy that we're still seeing Disc get played by Numbless. Figured it would be all holy. I feel like Disc usually only has like 4 minutes worth of mana. Evidently not, because he's going even on mana with the other team. Usually Discs go in 4 minutes. Maybe he's playing like a different mana build or something. What is it, Lofi? Getting attacked by a feral, even watching the game. How you doing, Injecta? Who died? I was getting cat DDoSed. Yalu lost. All the CC on the Numbless. 2 pain subs available. Wait, did I go back too far? Yeah, this is like the beginning of the game. I get cat DDoS for 1 second. I miss who dies. Okay, Cassidy died. Let me see this setup. He gets walled. He tries to MD the wall and he dies before he can. Because he got CS'd on the MD into a sheep. That's brutal. Yeah, I think that's just the Holy Priest versus Disc Diff. Is this live somewhere? Yeah, there's a YouTube channel with it. You don't want me adding my insights over there. Top 12? Yeah, I mean, he's memeing that Sorrel is good, but I guess Sorrel DH isn't a thing. He needs the rat. Or he just needs a feral. Everyone needs a feral. We need to see rat like John on a feral. I think, same meta as we were in season 1. I originally had predicted that the finals for NA was going to be, for at least Cup 1, was going to be Welcome to the Jung winning the whole thing, obviously, versus the Move. But now with the whole Sturge not playing, things kind of sad. I think they would have done really well. I think he's playing Cup 1 just to not screw his teammates over. What someone said, but I don't know if it's true. So that might still be the finals of Cup 1, but I think F tier can do really well because Windwalker is still really good actually. It's just no one's playing it. I don't think it's like Rogue Feral good, but anything with an Ellie is insane. Like Ellie is busted. I know Ellie's way more popular around Europe than it is in NA. There's a lot more DHs on EU as well. It's weird. Like apparently Ellie DH is good over there. Yeah, I mean, they were bad all of 2 weeks and then had to go back to being the best class in the game. They just win every shuffle lobby. I fully missed that. The pacing's weird because they just like, keep going into like middle of matches, kind of. This is the series I saw earlier. It was like he's playing Kitty Cleave instead of Feral Ellie or Jungle. I was kind of confused. And then Corky's playing DH Boomy instead of Rogue Boomy. Yeah, they're pretty good run in season 1 with Rogue Boomy. Is Tony just gonna die right away there? I didn't even see who died last time. I was just aware he just actually does get trained down with that CC. Poor guy, man. He's just jumping like that, dying forever. How you doing, Bensky? Any hunters so far? Apparently, Big Mike's only got top 12, I think. Let's see. You make RMP. Jungle versus Waz. That's a good series to watch, probably. Jamie playing some Feral Ellie as expected. That's gonna do really well. It's one of the best comps in the entire game. Oh, they've been playing with the Priest too, and not just HPAL. Now that's interesting. Oh wait, so Numbless is on this team. So they lost to FM Priest with Disc later on. In the FMP mirror. Interesting. Does FMP beat Feral Ellie HPAL? It just seemed like it was a Disc versus H Priest gap, but here. It doesn't really matter. Because it's like as soon as you queue into arena, you're gonna get fucked anyway. Like generally it will try to balance it out and put everyone on a central realm or put everyone on like unless everyone's West Coast, very rare you get a West Coast server. Like if half are East or half are West, it'll put you in Central, and if like half are, probably just being Central and being in Chicago is just better ping. Everyone's always gonna get put on like a central server and you're not. Same with like games that only have one server, like League of Legends. Because Chicago is not central as much as people like to pretend it is. If you anime cut the whole country in half, it's like 60-40 on the east. Like edge of Texas is like true center. If you want to have everyone have like 40 ping, but West Coast people always just get fucked when everything gets put in Chicago. Because like the East Coast people get like 20-30 ping, and then the West Coast people have like 50-60. But it is what it is. And then you have the people like, Koreans where they all just have 8 ping because it's such a small area. Oh yeah, so here's the Big Mike's games. He was playing with MVQ. But yeah, they didn't really do too hot. Because, DH Hunter isn't really a comp. Double Hunter Cleave. I mean, it helps for like PvE and stuff. But like people look at their ping like when they're running around in like the city. That doesn't matter. It's what the game server decides to give you when you actually load in. And usually it doesn't tell you right away because it takes a while to fluctuate because the latency goes up and down really slowly. It's not like actual real time. Yeah, just like look at your ping as the arena's ending or something, and then be like, oh, it actually gave me a central server. My ping is 50. Oh, it actually gave me a West Coast server. My ping is 20. But the reality is, a lot of times it gives you the central server way more. Like I'm on a West Coast server and I get West Coast and arena like 10-20% of the time. So my ping's almost always 50, no matter what. When it should be like 20. But it doesn't really matter that much in WoW. Like there's Europeans that come to NA with like 150 ping. Especially if you play a class that doesn't like land kicks or fake kicks. Like if you play like a Shadow Priest or something, it doesn't really matter. Or if you're just a Death Knight holding your kick all game, and then you just like Death Grip as an interrupt. Let's watch the last games. See if we can reverse engineer anything. I know we saw a bunch of FMP mirrors. Teammate and Acro playing Outlaw, expected. Waz also playing Outlaw, Badge. I don't know, so was Broken, guys. And then we saw pretty much everyone else playing FMP. No, I was gonna have like chill music, but maybe I just mix it up. Yeah, what the hell happened with this opener? Tony just opens. Waz immediately goes over, stuns Hunter, but gets stunned by the Priest first global into a scatter. Finally gets to play the game. Goes ahead and disarms the Hunter on True Shot. Now just the Feral to peel Incarn. DR should be up on Priest pretty soon. He goes over, gets the stun. Probably gonna blind off this. Now he gets the ring. Spam in between the eyes, gets 2 more stuns. Now he's gonna probably go swap over to the Feral. Nope, he's staying the Hunter, getting some good Blade Flurry pad in. Gets scattered into a clone. JK, the clone gets stopped. Gets a gouge on the Hunter for pre-CC or something. I don't know what the gouge is trying to accomplish. It doesn't go in like stun healer, but I think he just couldn't really move around anyway. Can't move into a Hunter half the time anyway. There's the stuns. Feral gets feared for cross. Nice little DB ring. Hunter has the turtle and trinket. Defensively wise, they've gotten like nothing from Waz's team. I mean, I guess I got a mass barrier from Raikou and a cloak. But Matt is also on the Holy Priest. So the only disc we've seen is Numbless. My experience on NA at least has been that disc has terrible mana now, but Numbless seemed like he had good mana, but doesn't seem like many people are playing disc. Goes over for the sheep, gets the kidney sheep. Castle with no trinket, no turtle. Feral gets crossed with a nice little gouge. True Shot's going to be available before Waz has Disarm. True Shot coming up in 3, Waz Disarm coming up in 8. But this is not live because this was like an hour ago. I got caught up with the games, I think. I'm just backtracking just to see what Waz did, but pretty much no sub that I've seen. Acro played Outlaw, Waz played Outlaw, and almost everyone else is Feral. Unless I missed someone. I mean, Europe is more accurate, more about dampening. I don't think sub's gonna be that popular on an A either. Like, Trill will try it, and TD and them are complaining about RMP constantly right now. But they're just gonna surprise Pikachu face when we're in the same exact Feral Wizard mirror as last season. Like, I don't know why Trill Feral is not ready. Like, they did poorly last season because they didn't play Feral, and Feral is still beyond broken. Like, Waz was pretty much the only rogue that had success last season, NA or EU. Calvish was on Feral, Peekaboo was on Feral. Like, Outlaw RMP is insane, but so is FMP. And, Feral Shadow Priest, and, I didn't say Pika Feral was bad. I just said there's a reason every single rogue played Feral, and every single rogue who didn't struggled. Calvish Feral was pretty good, too. We even see Palomorph practice in Palumorph. Like, it kind of need a Feral if you want to compete. It's nice what happens when you play a melee that can't be disarmed, can't be rooted, can't be polyed. And even if you don't really fake kicks on clone, you're still getting kicks out of the way for your teammates. And you still have 20-second kidney shot. even the poly, it's really just disarm and root. Because like there's so many roots in the game that should not be in the game. Like frostbite is a joke. The hero talent sentinel root is a joke, because even if you dispel it, it just re-roots you instantly and it doesn't DR with itself or any other root. You get like sentinel root into tar trap root. That's why like I actually went gnome on one of my rogues unironically, because I was just tired of being rooted the whole game. I mean, yeah, they have to spend a global to get out of every route, but and then disarm is huge because like only pretty much rogues and warriors are like the only melee that care about disarms. Maybe Frost DK too, but Frost DK is not good. So like you should be able to just disarm Incarn, you know. For an RMP versus jungle, this is a really slow paced game. We're at 5 minutes, 20% dampening. Mez still has Swap and Guardian. Waz does not have Trinket or Evasion. Raikou doesn't have either block. I guess CDs have been used. Waz just getting double stunned behind a pillar. Out of Mez line. Goes over, gets the stun, grapples back. Then grapples back again. This is Waz POV. Grapple? Grapple back? Grapple? Doesn't get to do anything with it, but it's just funny watching Outlaw have 4 grapples. I have too much shit open. There we go. God, I hate the music playing on this because maybe I just mute the game sounds. Just the drums get annoying. The music is just so much louder than the game volume. That was a 6-minute RMP versus jungle. Usually that's a faster matchup. The games are all in this. Yeah, I was caught up, so I was just backtracking. It doesn't show all the series right away. It's just kind of very football pass where it's like go from one game to another game to another game, which is all over the place. Like the red zone or whatever. But I was just backtracking because I was caught up. And I joined late, so kind of missed some of the first stuff. Seems like there's been like a 10-minute gap there since the last series. I think this is the losers bracket, right? Because Tony and them lost to Waz. I'm doing good, chill. How you doing, man? I guess we go back to the Waz series. If there's more than one game. I think NA starts in a couple hours, so that'll be fun to watch too. We can watch this one too. Oh, this is actually the only sub rogue we've seen. Nazca. That guy usually does well in shuffle. I always see him on the ladder. Yeah, I shouldn't have scrolled past it. He's playing sub warlock. Was it wrestler druid? I didn't fully see. I was just skimming. Yeah, Mez always inhuman. Yeah, I mean it's just ferals and Ellies and mages. If you don't play the meta, you're kind of screwed. I was deep and them were playing DHLE. Yeah, I've heard this was popular on Europe. Let me hide my cat, or at least move it. Makes DHLE so good? I've just heard it's popular on Europe. I haven't really seen how good it is. I would imagine it's just worse than Ellie Feral. Anything with an Ellie is good. And then there's Windwalker Ellie over here too. Like Ellie is the poster child of Shuffle and seems to be way more popular in Europe than in A on top of that. Ellie was bad for like 2 weeks and then it got buffed back into God mode. Just does the most damage in the game. Jumping up and down like a bot. I think it just, as every matchup's pretty good. Yeah, DH is like some good peels, but yeah. Feral is just better. It does more stuns. Another Outlaw RMP. More FMP. Outlaw Rogue Boomy. Corky and them do still play it. I know the other matchup they played DH Boomy. I guess that matchup they wanted to play Rogue Boomy. Still trying to find the Nazca game because he was the only sub rogue that played today. It's in here somewhere. Might be here. Oh, now he's Outlaw. He was sub in Dalaran. But yeah, they were playing sub RLD. Like they must have been down bad. It must have been like a 0-2 type situation or something. I gotta re-see to actually know that. I don't feel like that's something they would, if they played Outlaw, I doubt they switched to sub out of fun. Hail Mary, see if throw him off guard kind of thing. Yeah, I'm tempted to go check my own stream VOD to see what timestamp it was. I can only find this game. But I saw briefly on Dalaran that they were also playing sub. I think that's the only game of sub we've seen. I think it's right here. Yeah, they died in 5 minutes. And it cuts into the middle of the game, so we don't even get to see the first half. It just starts 4 minutes in. So it's like red zone. Warlock or Shaman? Generally Warlock's more consistent. But no, I think if you're gonna play solo queue and stuff, like getting trained on a Warlock sucks. Play Ellie Shaman, it's just better, I think. And it's not even like a consistency thing, it's almost always good. Like Ellie is almost in the Rogue Mage lock territory of like permafodum. It's bad for like 2 weeks, they cry and gaslight. And it's like almost always the best class in Shuffle. It's like Hunters and Ellies. Because they kind of just play their own video game and they have synergy with everything. They die within 1 minute of this starting. I don't even get to see how sub felt this game. And this is like one of the games where details isn't there. I can't even see how the damage difference was. This game on YouTube? It is, yeah. So it's kind of like Red Zone where they just switch series constantly. So sometimes you just you just start a game 4 minutes in mid-series and then it just goes to a different series. Very football-y, but yeah, all the games are on here. Yeah, we were commentating it when it was live, but yeah. I wanted to see if there was any sub rogue, and the only sub rogue game I saw was like this 1 minute of Nazca losing. But yeah, pretty much all Outlaw RMP or FMP, and then at least yeah, multiple Outlaw RMPs. Yeah, there was Windwalker Ellie, DH Ellie, Feral Ellie, FMP Mirror, but I think Numbless lost this because he's on disc. I mean, it's something to do, you know. It's more fun than Q&2s every day, right? this game because it was so short. There was like 10 minutes of downtime, so I didn't know there was a new game. We got Jungle versus DH Boomy. I think this is loser's bracket because Tony and them lost to Wes. Most broken class right now. Probably Mage. I'd say Mage, then Ellie, then Feral, then Outlaw. Probably like the best 4 DPS specs in the game. Let me go back. I was focused on my answer. Gotta actually shot call this. There's the stun into the Sigil Fear. Actually, he didn't fear. There's just a purple circle under the priest. Tripped me out. Angel form. There's the hunt. Hunt at Casuo. Does wall and crit unit. Tony also skinning there. Trying to fake a clone. Actually gets it. I thought he was gonna fake 20 more times in a row. Boomies do love faking their clones. First Incarn did not really get much from the other team. They still have Guardian, still have Swap, still have Turtle. Still have Feral Wall and everything. So first Incarn didn't really get anything done. The Sigil Fear to just appeal Casuo. No Incarn or True Shot for like 2 minutes. Full Trap does force a Emerald. Clones the Emerald, so it's not doing any healing. It's knocked back. Corky just kind of sitting there dying through pillar. Okay, he got Marksman Gaming right there. That was only like 40. That wasn't even a 6 million. Like, judging from this health bar right here, right? This is like 40%. So it's like 3 or 4 million. Granted, it probably overkilled him to here on his life bar, but oh yeah, that was like 30. Even less. That's crazy that Marksman could hit for 6 million and it doesn't get a nerf. That Windwalker is still getting like 3.5 million slices too. Granted, Windwalker's worse than Outlaw and Peril. It's just annoying. Or a new game. Well, that's 1-0, so I don't know when it's going to do the next game in the series. Sure, EU's almost done, right? Like 10 p.m. over there, or like 8 p.m. I think it is like 8 hours, not 6 hours. Right now it is 2:30 p.m. for West Coast. I'm just surprised there was a series 4 minutes ago. It's pretty late. I guess there's a lot of dampeners today, but it seems like most games are like 6 minutes right now, which is actually not bad pacing. It's when tournaments have like 8 to 11-minute games that there's a problem. I mean, spoke too soon. I was like 8.5. AWC UI is possible to get. I mean, you're probably easy to make it, yeah, if you're a hammerhead shark. How the hell are your eyes gonna do this all game? Like, it's really easy to just have player, target, focus, arena frames, omnibar shit, action bar shit. Like, that is the gold standard. Because then your eyes are doing this. Oh, I'm looking at buffs and debuffs and cast bars. Oh, I'm looking at arena frames. Oh, I'm looking at omnibar and cooldowns. Oh, I'm looking back at target and focus again. And you're just going in a loop. And that makes sense. But like if you're there's no way you're looking at everything that's going on here and here at the same time. The same with people that put too much shit on nameplates. You're just tracking moving targets all over the place and you just can't see anything. And then there's 5 million pets blocking everything too. Like it's like the default point for your eye should just be the target and focus frame. If you watch like my eye tracker. Oh, what time does the NA bracket start? I have no, I think, let me see. NA, AWC. And gifted from Druid Chief. Thank you so much, man. The Hammerhead Shark kit, yeah. Thank you so much, man. Oh, you have oh, that's a, I thought that was a shark emote for a second. That got me. I'm trying to find when the NA bracket is real quick. Two, cup one. Yeah, check-in is in an hour and a half, and then the open bracket starts in an hour and a half. So yeah, got about an hour and a half to win it. Then JRX gifting one over. The Red Shark 100p. Hell yeah. All right, so this is live. That we're actually watching a live game instead of backtracking. Okay. Yeah, we still have 2-2. Loser does not make top 8 broadcasts for the streamed games. Pressure-wise, we're at 12% dampening, 3.5 minutes in. The dragon does no emerald, no rewind, no time stop. All he has is a little time dial and some walls. Priest has, you know, guardian and angel form coming up within a minute, like after the next guardian. And then after this next guardian, they'll probably get hunter turtle. So guardian should be able to save him here. He's sleep, so he doesn't get like a really big holy word serenity or anything. Oh, there it is. Just lay on hands is half his life bar. The guardian is over though, so he's not going to get as much healing now. Some defensive cyclones onto the rogue. Orky pushing in. No win cards for 30. Even when he does have that big win card push, the hunter will have turtle back. This is kind of their last moment to kill the hunter before turtle leads into a bunch of other defensives. It'll be turtle into another priest guardian and an angel form. But yeah, they'll have turtle and angel for this next win card in the next 10 seconds. Seems like Castle is stabilizing a little bit. Quirky trying to fake some cyclones, gets stunned by the feral. Goes for another cyclone. Actually gets it on Tony. I had to double check with my hammerhead shark eyes on who actually got cloned. So I looked at the priest. I'm like, the priest is not cloned. There's the angel form for the incarn, as we spoke about. Big trades. Guardian available in 5. Also turtling for that incarn, like we spoke about. Corky not really going to have any damage for like another 2 minutes. Looking at damage done, the marksman, obviously details is never really accurate, only the end score screen matters, but the marksman hunter is 100 million above the outlaw, 60 million above the feral and boomy. And Corky randomly gets marksman gaming while I was looking at damage numbers. Just sitting in bear form helplessly. Oh, he actually does leave bear form to try to run, but then he gets rescued back into the middle of the map and then just gets sniped. God, watching the bears run with their arms is so derpy. With the Ursula form bears. Prez win any games? I think Porky and them won some games, yeah. So I think that means Jungle makes broadcasts, right? There's no way there's more games on Europe. It's so fucking late over there. I heard that it can, yeah. And then J-Rex also gifting some, hell yeah. On top of already gifting one to Druid, put him at 4. We're at Lyman. Oh, is there already another game? Oh, now it's just America starts in a minute, an hour and 18 instead of a minute. So do I just go back over some other games or do I go to viewer 2's jail? Oh, this is a sub-rogue game. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I gotta cheer for every sub-rogue, you know? The only other sub-rogue I saw was Nasco lose one game as it, and then play Outlaw the rest of it. But yeah, I did the, Bilgewater one first, because I didn't really read what they did, and then it was sunk cost, because I was, like, halfway through it. It's, like, revered. But, because I wanted to get the alternate car colors. But maybe I just pivot and go straight for the other one. I just don't know which one has the Nuggetfalker toy. Forget. By the time I get it, though, they're probably just gonna prune it. Because they really hate toys being in Arena. Team Wendell, good to know. Let me go back to the beginning. So how's this opener looking? Goes to get sap onto Z-Pie, cheap shots the Windwalker, gets roared by the Druid first global, gets lassoed off the roar. Lasso did get stopped, he didn't trinket it. Big Celestial Pump onto the Hunter. Big Plunderstorm Slicing Wind. Windwalker is still just doing 2 million DPS. Wasn't even getting crazy AUE there. Fist of Fury also does crazy damage now with 4-piece. I had a Fist of Fury do like 7 million damage to me in a shuffle yesterday. It was like 1.5 mil, 1.5 mil, 1.5 mil. Like 5 times. Kinda nuts. You have to kinda track the winning hand. It's not always gonna do that. Like, they have to, like, stack a bunch of shit up, but it can be scary. Is Fuse gonna heal? I thought Sturge was just gonna play 1 cup and then dip. Or is that bugged? It works, it's just really hard to measure. It doesn't, like, count as a new damage entry, it just is an extra modifier on the existing shadow damage you have. It's pretty meaningless, though, but, wearing some extra crit isn't, like, the end of the world. I don't know how I feel about it, I gotta, like, see what people actually play in top 8. I think if you're playing, like, Deathstalker RMP, maybe you don't play it, but, I mean, even then, if it's, like, a tournament level, you're not playing sub RMP anyway, you're playing Outlaw. But imagine if you're, like, playing Technical Burst, like, you probably still want 2-piece, and then if you're just, like, pro building around, you probably or just, like, trying to max Rupture Pad, then you probably can play 4-piece. But I don't know yet, I went 4-piece on every rogue they could just to test it out. There's no way to check gear for these games, only when it's, like, actually top 8. I mean, I could check though real quick after this game. I got Blades coming up for this next go. I don't know when the DRs are ready. Seems like he pressed it though, so he must still be doing the go. Gets rooted on his whole Blades after the roar. No vanishes, because, you know, he's playing 1 vanish. The Blades did nothing. Rogue gets full stunned. Palm doesn't really get anything done. Does he get a half sap out of this? Probably not, because the Trents are going to keep him in combat. And he has no dances to tap it anyway. Or meld. And he's kind of just dying, but DPS wise, he did do 480k DPS. The Windwalker and Ellie are kind of double his damn, but not nearly as severe as it used to be. I feel like other rogues would still be at like 110-ish also, though. Actually, though, thank you so much both for the gifted. Appreciate it. Was good. We're just watching some of the EU games because basically, yeah, here's the link. NA starts in an hour 13. So we're just chilling. What else did I miss? My boy P-Make pumping. I tried so hard to steal P-Make a couple seasons ago. I wanted him to come to NA so bad when he played on NA a lot. You're allowed to have one Europe import. He was almost down. Feels bad. That would have been fun. I always love playing with the European mages. Like Leaksy, Soquin, P-Make, like No Lifer back in the day. I miss Eunice. Sucks that big mix of them didn't get top 12, but or only got top 12. But yeah, DH Hunter's not a comp. We'll watch this series, I guess. Well, this match. Can't see the whole series. Kind of just red zones around between different games. Wait, Angel Form in the first 10 seconds? I didn't really see how the opener was going. So we got Acro Sap and Zeepai opening onto the Windwalker, I think. Actually, he's going to go for cheap shots on both. No, he does cheap shot Windwalker first. Now he has to worry about Fade and getting feared. But if he cheap shots the healer second, he just gets disarmed. So maybe he could try to like pre-gouge the Windwalker and then like look fear or something super smorky, but it's not going to work against a good team. That's just like some ladder for fun shit. Gets knocked. Disarm on the rest of his Adrenaline Rush. He's coming in for a fear. It is crazy that Akira and them were winning this. I mean, like overall, I always kind of see Zeepai doing insane. I think he has like the most rank ones in most BlizzCons, right? Or no, I'm thinking of Swapsy also. I always get a lot of the shamans mixed up in my head. But I always got to root for my boy P-Make. Billy is a pumper. We have the Chastise, doesn't get, it gets knocked going for the fear. Probably has DRs ready to go for grapple. I just don't have a DR tracker to go off of, but stuck in this root. Healing Spree's out of it. Healing Spree does remove roots. Gouges him for pre, goes over to stun the healer. Comes back. I think no, he didn't have kidney for 4. He did vanish. There's the cheap shot on Zeepai and the healer. Gets the Ring of Frost out of the cheap shot. See more sub rogues on NA. I think it's gonna be all Outlaw and Feral still. Like they've been the best for a hot minute. Don't think anything really changed. We'll see like F tier on Windwalker, and then yeah. Like maybe Trill will play sub instead of Outlaw somehow. Like that might be a shocker. But like maybe Calvish will bring it out in a couple Rogue v Rogue matchups. Who do you think's gonna win NA? Welcome to the Jung already won. If they lose a single series, and if they go into losers bracket, I'll be shocked. Like up here, you got Welcome to the Jung. Then you got the move. Well, now that Surge is gone, we don't know. But this was going to be the finals to me. It's just going to be Feral Shadow Priest Mirror. And then you got Calvish. And then after that, you kind of have like the second tier teams that are fighting for like third, fourth, fifth. And you have like Sea-Doo. And you got F tier. I know I'm just doing one letter abbreviation. I'm lazy. And then you got Flops team. F2. Couldn't think of another thing to separate them. Because Flop's new team is with Dippy, Gun, I think, and Nozam. That's a pretty good team. I think Sturge might still play Cup 1. This was my original prediction, was these two were the finals. Welcome to the Jung versus the Move. But, yeah, might be different now. But yeah, I would say overall, that's like top 5, top 6. Any order, except for Welcome to the Jung wins, obviously. Calvish could still win too. Like, that's the only thing that keeps it from being like 5-1 odds. Calvish makes it like 2-1, 3-1 odds. Lock Demo's OP? Not really, no. Yeah, the Whistler's the last remaining member of the move, right? Jelly fell, and then Pika's a classic Andy. And then Surge waited till April Fools to kind of say he's too stressed to play. Which I don't blame him, you know? If it's not fun, it's not fun. It's not really rewarding to do it. I wonder what they're going to do going forward. I had really high expectations. I thought they'd be in the finals. Because they were second place, you know, almost beating. I think they took one series off Welcome to the Jung, right? And then it was like a rematch because it was like winner's bracket reset. Like Pika Feral was doing well, and now they actually have a Feral main and Fuse. Like Fuse is really good. Like if they grabbed like Brain up back on HPAL and just went like full luminosity mode, it's like still Ceralium. Like I think they would still do insane. I have no idea what healer they're gonna get. Like that's pretty big changes, you know. We got like another hour till NA starts. So. Yeah, it was not fair, man. Last season, we got Welcome to the Jung before top 8, all 4 cups. And then for whatever reason, we couldn't kill F tier. We'd always get F tier in the loser's bracket of top 8. Literally the same bracket, 4 fucking cups in a row. Well, 3, because I didn't play cup 4. I got kicked off my team because we just didn't get along well. Crazy how immortal mages. I forget who it was, but I was watching someone fight Ceralium the other night. And they were complaining how he was just in their face the whole I think it was Sea-Doo in them. How he just goes in, blocks aggro, just does everything. It just can't be punished for it. Like, it actually is crazy how much of a dampener Frost is, even after all the nerfs. Like, he's out damaging an Ellie. I guess, kind of nuts. And you just can't move ever hitting a Frost. Yeah, I wish Fire was just this. I can't believe they nerfed Fire and not Frost. Like, that still, like, blows my mind. That Fire could get a nerf that actually affects PvP. When it's, like, B tier. And then, like, Frost Mage is, like, triple S, Giga, 5 expansions ahead. Every single game is, like, FMP, RMP, Windwalker Mage. That's coming from someone that likes RMP too. It's crazy. I've never seen Mage actually this dominant. Usually it's like RMP as a comp does good. because there's like good players playing it, and then like Ellie and Warlock are usually better. But this is like the first time where like Mage is the best PV year, the most immortal, and the most CC. And it's not even like the Poly's breaking kind of thing either. It's just you can't ever move. And it just does too much damage with no counterplay. I guess a lot of that was fake details damage. He's actually not top, but I mean he's within 10 million, I guess. And Mage is insane right now. I like this is the most dominant I've seen Mage in a few years to a decade at least. Like Mage is always good, but it's not usually this good. Like they're all just getting bad habits of just blinking aggro and fucking blocking aggro and just never getting punished. Which everyone thought it was going to be a difference with the alter time nerf, but that did nothing. You get like a full alter now and it's like 20% of your health. But it's just the barriers are just like a fucking borderline life cocoon. And then like Arcane isn't even good, but the thing where Blink is like a bubble on Arcane is like the most batshit insane thing I've ever seen in the game. Or you just get a 3-second immunity for blinking. And Frost is better than Arcane, so like that's not even like the fact that that exists blows my mind. And that's coming for someone that likes there being more mages and to play with mages instead of just always playing Rogue Lock and Rogue Boomy and stuff all the time. But it's rare I get to play that much with mages anymore. Because there's not that many mages on NA that aren't just like tournament only or like playing other classes all the time. How much longer do we got that day? So yeah, that's 850 on that. Barrel 100 million above the outlaw. Seems normal for that matchup. NA games are in an hour. It'll actually be something live. Yeah. Yeah, here's the VODs for what's been played so far. But yeah, we're just kind of rewatching some games just because that or I go do viewer twos, but I figured this is more fun for me. Especially because I'm not competing, so I'm a little more out of the loop. It's just like I can't look at people's gear and stuff until top 8. Sub got played twice. It didn't do too hot, but there was like a sub thug cleave. And then I think NASCAR or whatever tried to pull out sub RLD after Outlaw RLD didn't go well. But yeah. Definitely seems worse than Outlaw for like tournament play. Just does less DPS. And then even Outlaw just does way less damage than Feral. Going for Snowdrift Polys, gets CS on it. Honestly, you could just play the normal T build into everything. You only can maybe consider going Subterfuge if you want to like get nullifying off a dragon. I go Subterfuge more than most just to have 2 vanishes into like Mage or Hunter, but most people don't. Because like you gotta have the damage to actually kill them. So it's worth RP walking at them if you know to be able to kill them. Rather than have uptime but not do enough damage to kill. So yeah, most cases just play the normal T build without 2 vanishes. Like that's the right answer like 95% of the time. Pretty much only mix it up for dragon. Like I said, I'm different. I like to play it into Mage and Hunter too, but That's just personal preference. You can always go flag, you can never go flag. I don't think you really mix those up on a matchup basis. Like, the only thing that matters is T or subterfuge. Everything else is kind of preference. If you like the energy talents more than like the extra 5% crippling, or if you like Gloom Blade to kill totems and Zyfiend easier, or if you like Weapon Master for more combo points, like I think most people just play the Gloom Blade one by default, but I think Weapon Master is like generally better just because, at least in threes, because the goal is to just fan and knives anyway. Like, pressing backstab's usually really bad, unless you're playing Trickster. Looking at the healing done of the mages is also pretty insane. I mean, compared to 250, I guess 30 or 40 is not that crazy. That's just personal preference. If you're not playing that well, Trickster is easier to play. You're not having to care about your rotation at all. You're just outlawing people. There's no lining up Darkest Night with like finality and stuff like that. Trickster is just, I want to also do a lot of passive AoE. So if it's like a solo shuffle or blitz and there's just like melee everywhere, doing good AoE pad, then it's really good. But overall, they do pretty similar DPS. And Trickster has more like AoE perma blade flurry, AoE burst in a sense. And then Deathstalker has more rupture pad AoE, like ranged AoE, passive AoE. And then I think in general, me and Calvish play Deathstalker way more than we play Trickster, just because you get more damage reduction on like evasion and stuff, and the extra 3 seconds off step every finisher really adds up. I mean, as Trickster, you still passively get 2 million of Vistas all the time. You have a higher crit chance, and then you have the flawless form. Like if you have like 8 to 10 stacks of flawless form, then you still get 2 million hits. Trickster is just more secret tech damage, more passive AoE, less rupture pad, less mobility, less defense, easier rotation. And then Deathstalker is just more rupture pad, more mobility, a little more rotational demand, or just rotational complexity. I generally always rush the secret nowadays. I just want to make sure like the damage actually goes off. I don't think Deeper Dagger does enough to warrant needing to pad like Macabre or anything, or Deeper Dagger. I want to just make sure the damage goes off. Especially if they're orc. Also about the cooldown reduction of it. Because like if you rush the secret, more likely to be up by the time like you're doing the next go. So I kind of rush the secret as both specs. Like an extra 2% Macabre's, stack does not really matter. Like maybe the 8% shadow damage on Deeper Daggers kind of matters, but I don't know on Force it yet. I don't have Tournament Realm because I didn't sign up this time around. Gonna have to watch people actually play top 8 this weekend to see if everyone's playing it or not. But honestly, I don't think sub's gonna get played that much anyway. It's gonna be Outlaw and Feral. Like, maybe Calvish will pull it out in some, like, rogue v rogue stuff, but as Trickster, I could see 4-piece being okay. And as Deathstalker, I kinda could see it being okay. I don't think it really matters, though. It's like, if I play my rogue without 4-piece and I play my rogue with 4-piece, I can't really tell the difference almost at all. It's also really hard to measure because it doesn't show up as its own, like, damage entry. It's just a modifier of, like, existing shadow damage you already have. But, like, dropping, like, 6% mastery or something for a little bit of haste and a little bit of crit is not, like, the end of the world when we're hitting stat DRs in season 2 already. Especially if you made up for it by, like, going, like, NG goggles or something, I guess, instead of just doing gloves. Like, I could see it working with NG goggles instead of and just doing tier gloves, even though tier gloves are haste crit. That was 44% damp. I already watched this game, but oh, do we not get to see the whole game? It just starts at 2 minutes? Try to go to the beginning, but I think Asta's easier to play, but like at tournament level, there's a lot of things that people just switch when they know what comp you're gonna play. It's like, oh, they just go dwarf or like there's just so many mechanics that remove dots. There's too much shit that can go wrong. Yeah, just running around and garroting, it does the most DPS. Or maybe rogue spec, like it out PvEs outlaw even. And garrot is a whole nother DRFCC. It's not bad, but all the games, yeah. There's the bots. NA starts in 50. I don't know how people have the mental patience to play outlaw, man. It's so boring. Like you're doing the same shit you would do on sub rogue, but just like with a buggy shadow step that glitches out and isn't instant, so you can't step kick anything. And you just never get to burst anything ever. Like it's fun having like 0.8 globals and being able to do your rotation into an orc, but I don't know, outlaw drives me mental. Especially all the RNG where you just feel like an Ellie shaman if you get a billion procs or not. And like how much cooldown reduction you get basing on how like your RNG is going. And can you off the fear? Oh, he gets trapped actually. He's just trying to solo the mage. Actually gets him to half. Goes for the ice wall. 3 stuns. Big Mix might just die here. He gets the exil off. And that was the crit immune too. And then MVQ is also just getting killed by the same ice wall because ice wall lasts for like 5 business days. I think that's also an area that they should nerf mage. I think ice wall is fun. It shouldn't get removed. But like the duration is ridiculous. Wow, ice wall. Is it like 20 seconds or 15 seconds? Like, yeah, that's way too damn long. It'd be like a 2-minute CD instead of 90. And it should last like 8 seconds. It's hilarious when you like lock someone in the room. Like When you like knock someone back here and then you just wall them in, and it's like literally they just can't play the game for like an entire DR. It's like longer than an entire CC chain if you lock someone in a room. Like even if you do stun into triple poly into fear, that's almost how long the ice wall lasts. Well, no, because stun 5 seconds, poly 6 seconds, so that's 11. Re-poly for like 2.5, that's 13. Yeah, it's basically stun triple poly. Like that is way too damn long. Like I think it's a really high skill cap fun ability, but yeah. These are the top 8, or not top 8, the qualifiers to get to the top 8 broadcast. You can kill it, but it takes a while. I mean, Smoke Bomb is literally 5 seconds. What people don't know about Smoke Bomb, people always panic, is the animation of Smoke Bomb is way longer than the duration of Smoke Bomb. So people will think they're still in bomb and they're not. And people, they just won't heal and won't press buttons. Or they'll still like press defensives because they think they're still in a bomb. Yeah, bomb lasts 5 seconds, right? So like, let's watch the animation right here. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5. Bomb is over. So, and it's still out there for like 2 or 3 more seconds. Oh, like 2 more extra seconds. People always panic and think that the bomb is still there, but when the debuff is gone, you just like watch the debuff. But that shit always but yeah, smoke bomb 5 seconds. Ice wall 15 seconds. That's kind of nuts. I think ice wall being 8 is pretty tame. Like there's no excuse for that last game or that go where it was just ice wall big mechs get every CD, swap MVQ get every CD, and the ice wall's still up. Like ice wall is a good outplay. I think it's good for the game, but there's no way it should be that much value. This wall right here, right? They wall big mechs, 3 stuns. He has to exil. He uses crit immune. He runs for his life. And now they just swap MVQ. The wall is still going. The wall is still going. Still out there. And now it like it feels way longer than 15. It feels like it's like fucking it feels like it's an hour. 30's more like it. I mean, Mage is already beyond broken right now. I also think MD just shouldn't be so shitty. Like for HPAL to have a bark skin, built-in orc, 1-minute trinket as human, being able to bubble with forbearance, and have no dampening lay on hands. Master spell needs to be useful. Like quick, like you could just make it an honor talent. Like quick MD on a short CD that doesn't your entire mana bar needs to be a thing. Hallie just has way too much quality of life. Sorry for the Reds that die every game for it, but you have to pay for HPAL sins. Like watch it, like it's also like a part of the skill cap for Shadow Priest. Like Shadow Priest just being a boring PV bot and not like pre-MDing stuff, because MD is like a 3 business day cast time. How brutal. Like that was the whole point of SP that was cool. Oh, I gripped my healer into AoE to break CC. Oh, I pre-MD'd this. That's a pretty anti-RMP thing, because like it makes it harder to get CC. But at least it's like a interactive counterplay type thing. He had no trinket for 40, nothing really. Free either. And Zen was just I wish there was details for this game. Like only half the games have details. I can't even like see the DPS. How long till NA? I think probably like 40, right? 43, okay. At least this game, there's details. Yeah, check-in did happen for NA though, so. Is there anyone streaming this cup on NA? I wonder if there's any like war games I can watch. World of Warcraft. Abby Zero's doing Kata. Palomar's looks like he's streaming. Looks like Sidu's streaming. Does he just have stream delay or what? Bill's playing Outlaw as expected. Palomar's playing, yeah. No, Palomar's playing as Feral right now. Okay. Funny to have Cubsy on your team and still use Calvish Mage because Cubsy doesn't play Arcane. But like Cubsy is still worth having on your bench. He's really, really good. He's really stubborn about playing Frost. He's like only Arcane. So it's like just having him on your bench, then having to have a second mage just to have Frost because Frost is that broken is kind of funny. But watching them actually like unironically practice Outlaw Frost with Calvish when they have Cubsy on their team is just funny to me. But I get it, man. Pretty anti outlaw myself and Asa these days. The stubborn bitch. You gotta have fun if you're gonna play well. Playing today, in a couple hours after NA's over. NA starts in like 30 minutes. I'm just watching everyone play. I didn't sign up this time around. I don't really have the time to practice and stuff. I only wanted to like YOLO play for fun and just sign up for tournament realm to test shit, but I just wish Outlaw had burst and had no RNG. I think it's like between the eyes procs are stupid and just roll the bones is stupid. Like if Outlaw had like plunder armor back or something, and green skin was the way to play instead of between the eyes spam. Yeah, I think NA starts in like 40. Yeah, we're just rewatching some of the European games. I didn't get to watch all of them live because I started like 2 hours ago, so I missed a little bit of Europe. We already watched the WAS games. We already watched a lot of the FMP and RMP games. Kind of going the way I thought it would go, to be honest. Watch back. Yeah, here's the game so far. We did commentate a few of the games, but now we're just kind of waiting on NA. This was the Thug Cleave game. One of the only games of sub today. I think Nazca also brought it out in a losing series out of desperation as sub RLD, but that didn't go hot either. Pretty much every rogue we've seen, like at least 99% of them have all been outlaw. So that's kind of expected, you know. Outlaw's just a better tournament dampener spec. Yeah, there's a lot of RNG and variance to it, but you know, it's annoying when like grapple gets rooted, but the other way to not get rooted half the game because you're just killing spree out of roots, you're vanishing like every 30 seconds. No, I haven't watched that video. I don't know. A lot of that stuff isn't really that realistic for me. Not like actual arena goes, you know? Like I helped Palomar with like a one-shot video like that, but for fun once, but yeah. Well, this was the team that played Sub Rogue. They tried Hunter Mage. I didn't realize that. That's pretty down bad. How do they just not have jungle and at Feral Mage? I guess it's just because they have a Sub Rogue on their team and not an Outlaw Feral. I think Hunter Mage is a bad guy. I mean, anything with Mage is good right now. Mage is beyond broken. I think Aslet could definitely do faster than 11. Like, the guy was just gaslighting for buffs. We're playing like a Kingsbane kind of build. I think you could do it in like 6 or 7. Still way more maintenance globally, but RMP, yeah. I guess it depends on what you're trying to kill too. Because if he's on his feral, he has like auto frenzy and stuff too, right? There's no RMP in this game though. No buffs or no heals. So he went down talent, so he didn't have auto frenzy proc. It's a passive. It's not really about buffs. Like he just passively heals himself. You know, I get it at bulk at Costco. Way less of a ripoff.
Gosh, man,
You do like the cane sugar,
ever.
you know, Mexican Coke.
What a game!
I think it's like $30 for like a 24 pack. Sometimes they even have the variety pack one where it's like it has Mexican Sprite and like Fanta in it. Like really good too. Yeah, we got 30 more minutes till NA. Should I just watch the Palomar warm-up since we've kind of gone over most of these? I just want. Oh, they actually won that. That's crazy. I wish there was details to just see how much the hunter did do. Let's watch Palomar war game against Calvish a little bit. You're only streaming 720p. No, it just autoed the quality weird. Goes for a clone, gets faded. Goes for another clone, gets stunned. Dopa having to wall here, gets topped by just a random Serenity. Goes in, restuns the Poly. Ursul's Vortex on the blink. Polymorph doing things. Dopa's still just dying. EB onto Awaken. Awaken getting Ring of Frosted. Misses the ring. Random Gouge. Into a stun. Ice Wall. Into a Fear. Yeah, that was just done. Yeah. Game's actually starting 30 though, so I'm excited for that. Oh, we're gonna move our webcam back. Order my food for every time. Oh yeah. I'm just snacking. Got some barbecue flavored almonds. Good little snack. Probably poured too many, but that's actually insane damage right there. Like took up half the screen with all those crits. Goes for the mass point volley. Gonna shimmer it. Gets stunned by the priest for cross. He gets rung off the stun. Nice little cheap shot sheep. While he's in a holy priest stun ring, that was really well set up by the enemy team. Goes for resheeps, doesn't get it. He's trying to fake Palamore's kick. Does fake the kick. Here's the ice wall. Goes to stun rogue defensively. Knocks him out. Not bad. That dog food? No. It is Texas barbecue flavored almonds. Don't think that's dog food. There's a lot of seasoning on them though, but so I kind of have Cheeto hands right now, but I might actually win this. It's topped in the one cast. Polymorph is almost double dazed damage. Pretty crazy. But usually Outlaw's always 100 million behind a Feral in the mirror. Outlaw can still win even with being behind on damage though. Dazed them have been winning the majority of these pretty hard. It's just warm-ups. He's full clone, switches the clone to healer in 2. He's almost off the arm. Doesn't go for the reclone on Rogue. Just He does have to keep doing damage, but that's where I would be out in the game, and I would try to half clone the rogue to have time to go switch the clone to healer, and I would just lose like 10 million damage, and it would be the wrong thing to do, but it would be fun. Especially because he'd probably just get CS on it. Yeah, Outlaw has no burst. You're just a support tank. What is that, transmog on a male orc? Link your playlist. They're all in the Discord. You do the Discord command. What are you munching on? Some Texas barbecue flavored almonds. Nice little snack. Flavors of dog food? It's almonds, but for feeding your dog almonds, probably got something wrong with you. I just have full on Cheeto fingers right now. I guess people are playing flag more permanently. Because yeah, Palomar's playing flag even in tourney. For warm-ups, obviously. The real games start in 20. How you doing, Bitcoin? How you doing, man? Cheap DR blind, that's the me special. What's the paints up? It's stunned without feint. Guardian. Takes the fade. Guy doesn't bear form. How you doing, Proctor? We watched all of Europe already for who qualified for top 8. And NA starts in 20 minutes. A lot of FMP. Thank you, Six Gun. Yeah, a lot of FMP, a lot of RMP, a little bit of jungle. I think we saw some Windwalker LE, DH LE, Feral LE. No, 7 of them only got top 12. This Hunter, Demon Hunter is not a comp. 5 debuff bars off, true. You get the retirement buff. No, they didn't have a Feral. Yeah, here's all the games. WoW's obviously they're winners. Win all the games, but here's all the games if you want to see them. A lot of Outlaw. We saw 2 teams play sub and they both lost really hard. We saw like 1 or 2 games of sub Thug Cleave did really poorly, and we saw Nazca randomly pull out sub RLD. Did terribly. But yeah, almost every rogue is Outlaw. I'm gonna whisper dopamine. He has a question. We got Dagger with the 40-month reset. God damn. That's multiple years. That's more than 4. Well, more than 3. Worst grind ever? What do you mean? Oh, the archaeology sword? Yeah. I never got it. I had like every rare except for the mount and the weapon. I think I got the weapon in Kata Classic though, trying to farm the mount in Kata, but The scimitar, the one that glows yellow. It was weird for Palmore because there's no DRs. Reloaded UI or something. Focus Gladius. Yeah, there is. So you wanna get an add-on called Dynamic Macros. I know I'm tabbing out, but this is just warm-ups. They've been playing like 6 series into each other. The games start in 20 minutes. You wanna get an add-on called Dynamic Macros, and then you just go into it and you put the name of your macro. So like I have tricks, and then you just write it as slash cast at. Generally, there's 2 ways you want to do it. EPS, you do it like this. You need, and then if you wanted to make it to a healer, you would just do like the spell that you want. And the reason why it works this way, you have to just do a blank healer to make damager work, but it rewrites these macros every game. So you don't have to worry about like making new macros for people in shuffle, or you don't have to worry about the raid frames being out of order in because even if you use an add-on like frame sort or sort group, they're really buggy and they don't always work. So like trying to do party 1, party 2 is really unreliable. So you should just get dynamic macros. And then it just rewrites your macro every round of shuffle. We're gonna play AWC? No, I'm just watching it. I don't really have as much time to practice and stuff. And it's not really worth it. The top 4 teams are too dominant. Don't really want to put hundreds of hours of effort to make $600 from the gauntlet. Yeah, and that's, once you tax it and split it 4 ways, it's just bad. For getting top 8 overall of the whole circuit. If you win a cup, you get like 1,000, but yeah, it's don't like, you win the whole thing, you get like 30, 40K or whatever. But yeah. Not really worth the time or the effort. If he could just makes in like 3 hours what he would get winning the whole tournament. Dynamic macros. But like I said, you gotta put it in the add-on, the name of the macro you made, and then that's the format. That they lowered the prize pools and they cut a whole cup. Now there's 3 cups instead of 4. And the viewers, it has less viewership than just Zaryu questing in Westfall. If you love the game, you stick around and you watch anyway. Surprised they're still doing AWC. They didn't cut it entirely. Seems like they're trying to do more NA versus EU stuff in the future, though, maybe. And they're adding on a bunch of new commentators. I'm excited. Cannibal is going to be a commentator ever since he retired from Echo. And I think D Machine is coming in to commentate as well, bringing back the old school GCD days. I don't know. I think shuffle tournaments are really bad. As much as like Metaphors always says that kind of shit. Shuffle is literally just gambling. Entirely what lobbies you get. Have to win. That doesn't really matter if your class auto wins a lobby. If you're just like, going full mage mode, helping a bunch of melee, or if you're like, you're stuck playing like Rogue Feral versus Thunder versus Feral Ellie versus, like Kitty, like It's like really obvious who wins or loses a lobby. Like I can usually predict how a lobby is gonna go with like 90% accuracy almost every load screen. Like it's just completely, it is a gambling bracket, and that's why everyone has a billion ults and leapfrog, so they play their ult till it passes their main, play their main till it passes their ult. Like it'd only be a good format if it was melee range healer only, best of ones. Like the whole concept of a lobby is really bad, gambling 6 rounds at a time. Like shuffle is the worst way I've ever seen solo queue been done ever in any game. I don't know, it's really easy when it's like, oh, this class has 3 good comps and this class doesn't. I mean, unless you think every hunter and Ellie is just exponentially a better player than everyone else because their comps work with literally anything. Like if you just think every Ellie is just God's gift to the game because every single comp with Ellie works and it has an Earth Crab totem for hunter pets, then sure. But I mean, there's just, it's like really obvious what classes have infinity comps and what classes have like a really small window of, oh, this is a good lobby. It was bad for 2 weeks and then it got buffed right back to being God mode. Really, really popular on Europe. Mage is probably the most OP thing in the entire game though, more so than Ellie even. But Ellie's up there for sure. Definitely the second best caster. I think Windwalker Ellie is like the only good Windwalker comp. There was a couple Windwalkers, yeah. There was some Windwalker Ellie games, and I think there was another Windwalker comp, but yeah. Not much. It was really, really slim. Pretty much 90% outlaw, 90% feral. Same as season 1. They're like the best 2 melee. Yeah, we saw a lot of really weird random comps today on EU. There was a game of Hunter Mage. There was Big Mix and them playing Demon Hunter Hunter. There was some Boomy Rogue with Corky. Um, who do you think wins the whole AWC? Welcome to the Jung. There was a lot of weird comps today though. Big Mix of them didn't even get top 8. So even though Big Mix is really good and MVQ is really good. NA plays in like 10 minutes. Salvage hasn't played yet, but I'm sure they'll play Outlaw RMP or FMP like everyone else. The difference is when there's a set meta arcane of certain things being good in a bracket like 2s or 3s, it's not random. Your seeding doesn't apply what lobbies you get thrown into, where it's like, oh, this guy just gets to go 6-0 because he's playing the meta and I'm not. Much more volatile. And there's not really room to switch comps and switch specs and like try to do anything different. It's like, oh, this guy clearly wins this lobby. Oh, this Shadow Priest getting trained by Rogue Warrior Death Knight every round or something, you know? Probably not gonna have a good time. Oh, the Warlock actually got Mugambala, so he gets to play the game. Like, there's just so many elements that are just, you know, that makes Shuffle just not that good of a format. Just needs to be a best of one. And no melee stuff. I don't know, winning or losing a tournament because just certain lobbies is like really bad. Like I remember I played a Shuffle tournament and I just got 3 different lobbies with double Paladin with Crusader in it, and then other people just got lobbies without Paladins and got to play the game. And obviously that could happen in a real threes tournament where it's like you just get a bad bracket. Like all 3 cups of AWC I played last season, we got welcome to the Jung before top 8. And they were pretty much undefeated into anyone, you know? But like there is some bracket variety stuff, but there's just so much variety stuff in Shuffle that's just bad. Unless the game was like infinitely better balanced and it forced it into like the same number of melee and healer. Like, I think it should be best of one, obviously, with melee range healer. But if it was like 3 rounds of just, you know, instead of 6 even, and it just forced it to be melee range every time, and they just got rid of the wizard cleave round and got rid of the melee cleave round, and you just played with both healers and both DPS combinations, so 4 rounds or whatever, then that would be fine too. Maybe. But it's still just a shitty system compared to just, you know, the worst way I've ever seen solo queue done. There's just so much RNG, more so than would ever be in a normal bracket, and preparation and adaptability and kind of knowing who you're going to fight and what you're going to fight. Like RNG of what you're fighting is different than RNG of what you're fighting and RNG what you're playing with. The extra RNG squared. Well, the thing is, you would have both DPS in that 4-round format of no melee cleave, no wizard cleave. You avoid being the one caster getting trained by 3 melee. You avoid the 1 melee RP walking at 3 casters. And you avoid the 4 melee drooling on each other with no one knowing what's going on. And 0 skill. Like 4 melee lobbies is literally just drunken haymakers in a 4x4 square. You have your pillar, you have your pillar, you have your pillar, you have a healer, you have a healer, and then you just have 4 melee just in a circle jerk, doing nothing, going AoE, AoE, AoE. And that's the video game. And that is like the worst fucking gameplay on the planet. Just fucking gives you a Joker arc. Because at that point, if there is a defined meta and you're losing because you got a DK or a rep pally or something like that, both teams are going to lose with the rep pally. And you're just going 2-2 or whatever instead of 4 wins. If there's like an 0-4 I mean, even Rogue is played very PvE nowadays. It's just, you know, there should be some gameplay. We're not doing Mythic Plus. They actually get the go. That's good. It doesn't even break shield. 100%. Alright, here comes the gouge bomb. Bomber's about to get bombed. Runs from it. Smart. They still want to go in, but yeah. I can't see Calv's blade cooldown if he has shadow blades or not. Because I guess he only has the one omnibar, so I'd imagine he has it. He doesn't really organize his omnibar. There's the bomb. Cloaks. Pulls back. Does he just not truck shadow blades? I actually want to go. I think the games are starting now, though. Let me see. Yeah, let me look at the AWC bracket for Europe. Can't find it. I can only find the Europe one. And I Googled it. But the Radar.io website is so hard to navigate through. There we go. Nope, it's just the sign up page. Maybe the bracket just doesn't exist yet. The open bracket starts in 5 minutes. I don't know if so play sports set yet, honestly. I asked a couple people that were competing because I don't have Tournament Realm to test it. Seems really hard to measure it. I've been testing it on ladder, but because it doesn't have its own like damage entry, so it's really hard to see what it's doing when it's modifying really tiny mechanics. But you lose a lot of mastery for it. I think if you're trickster PvEing, it's probably worth it still. I think it might still be worth it for Deathstalker too, because you just have more shadow damage modifiers on the hero talents. I was just thinking more for trickster. It's just good for secret tech. Secret tech is benefiting so much from flag and the extra 10% crit and the cooldown reduction extra and the flawless form extra. Like secret tech does a lot more on trickster. But I mean, I could see wearing it. I'm not 100% sure because I haven't really played that much with it, and it's really hard to measure because it doesn't like have a damage entry. And there's so many modifiers that like you just do the same rotation with and without it, the numbers are almost the same. So it's like really hard to tell. But I think it's pretty good. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick until stuff's ready and starts. So see how it goes. Let me see. Fresh, see if there's a bracket. It says open bracket starts in 3 minutes. Yeah, if I look at the EU bracket, top 8, Echo, obviously. And who was the Bob? Is that Brunhilde in them? Sesha. Okay. Pretty expected to see both of them get through winners. And then we got Nap Time. Forget who this is. Houston's team. And then Dear Mama, I think was Gelly, right? I'm not sure. One of the FMPs. And Streamer Zone, obviously. 24 on them. Yeah. That's kind of top 6. And then this apparently has a bracket now. Apparently not. Good subreddit from a bad one in RMP, just how your DRs are being used. Alright. About the season 2 bracket? Yeah, it is. Thank you. Sorry the chatbot got you for links. I have so many tabs open now. Alright, the stream starts in 2 minutes. Everything on YouTube is in here. Thank you, so. I mean, I'd be playing if that was true, but yeah. We're just chilling. Got a minute. Free PP toy? Yeah, that's a lot of teams. You get like these little banner things that do nothing. And people just sign up to get this, and then they just don't show up. And they also just get the tournament realm to test stuff, but like that's why a lot of teams on the bracket just end up getting a bye, because like half the teams don't even show up. Like these kind of teams. And they're just kind of the bracket kind of starts on like round 2 or 3 a lot of times. Yeah, you just sign up as long as you have 3 people signed up. Oh, we got a game starting. All right, right away we got I don't know either of these teams because it's a round 1. So this is like there's like 1,500 teams that sign up. So this is just kind of gonna be. We can look people up so that we're not rude. I don't know any of them though. But yeah, I mean, yeah, they're just going in literally for that free PvP toy. The name's pretty accurate. Triple DPS, Rogue Mage Warrior. You know, that is a game. Turns out, Rogue Mage Warrior, not that great. I think it needs a heal. How you doing, Laird? Yeah, I didn't even get to start commentating yet. That was definitely. This is why they usually only stream top 8. You kind of steamroll like 2 or 3 series, and then you kind of get in there. I mean, there's some of those on Europe too, but yeah. Yeah, we'll get to the real games when they start. I think they just wanted to have one underdog, you know. Like I don't know who any of these names are. Go in. Yeah, if we go to the whole bracket. Let me full look at like the teams again. There's an easier way to look. I don't know any of the entire page. Obviously, I know, but we know they're Tiger Toads. Trying to get my bearings when I look at the bracket. I see this guy on Twitter all the time. I have no idea who he is, but that is really weird on Twitter. Every time the algorithm pushes it, he's like, I don't know if it's just like a character he's playing or something, but let me see if I can pull it up. He's always like talking about how he's like the best rogue, and then he's like talking about being a healer at the same time. But it's almost like some metaphors, cabal type shit. Yeah, because I just saw him randomly on Twitter the other day. But yeah, it was I have the whole rogue scene upset. Like it's just like so dramatic. I am the rogue scene. I'm the best rogue NA now. The new sub rogue video. You know, I'm the only person that can bring sub rogue back to life. Heard the rogue scene has turned into a snooze fest lately. Like it's just it's all like full on like I don't know. Every time I saw it on Twitter, I was like, wait, what? Yeah. Good to know he's playing, even though I think he's a healer. I don't even think he like mains rogue. I don't know. Just funny. The guy's on his vanilla Chobek Bankai shit. Do I there's a brew in them or YYPM? I need honestly to like make a notepad of just what teams are or what on the bracket because everyone changes their names so much. So we got them. I grabbed Aiden again. Oh, we actually got a game. So I don't know either of these also. This is also a freebie, I guess, in the opener. I was just looking at what people had what as their team names so I can understand the bracket better for the first couple rounds. Obviously, it'll be easier when a lot of the fluff sign up for fun triple DPS teams all go down. Or don't show up and get buys. Like once we're like 2 rounds deep into the bracket, you'll kind of know who's who. But I feel like they're doing NA dirty because there wasn't this many just winning the opener games on Europe. I feel like half the teams on NA are just signing up for fun for the toy. Like obviously, there's like, 5 really good teams. Like Tuna's team's good. Seedu's team's good. Welcome to the Jung already won the whole thing. Calvish is like the only team that could fight. Welcome to the Jung. Flop's new team is pretty good. Like there's a couple teams, but like 80% of these are like what? Yeah, they won last season. Like they dropped like one series, the whole thing, but they won every cup and the finals. The finals of like all the cups, like the grand finals after all 4 cups, was Peekaboo Feral versus Welcome to the Jung. Feral Shadow Priest H Palmir. Well, I thought with the move getting an actual Feral main instead of Pika learning Feral in like 2 weeks, like with Fuse is really good on Feral. Thought they were gonna do really well. I thought the finals to Cup 1 was just gonna be a rematch of Season 2 finals. Same meta. But yeah, Sturge is not going through with it, so that's a big story there. I wonder who they're gonna get to heal. But should be on YouTube right here. I've linked it a few times today. I mean, like 80% of these pages I don't recognize one. I guess I recognize Knight, but they're also just for TR access. I feel like on EU there's a lot more teams. I mean, that's just I'm not as familiar with them, so it's like less dominant. But obviously it's like Sesh is insane, Waz is insane, Zeepai is insane, like Wapsi's insane. Like it's still kind of the usual powerhouses. Yeah, I think he's maybe playing Cup 1 with them and then dipping. Just so he doesn't screw them over on points, because there's only 3 cups. But he decided literally on April Fools. It was a pretty whole heartfelt thing. Everyone giving support that it's just not worth the stress for him. And it's not as fun for him anymore without Pika and stuff, so I get it. Wiz is the last surviving member of the move. Since Jelly's gone, Pika's gone, and then Sturge is gone. But who knows, maybe Sturge will compete again in the future. Yeah, I think Wiz, Ceralium, and Fuse could definitely find a healer and still do well. Especially if it's like a good HPL like Brain or something. Like they would still Feral Shadow Priest, HPL damp everyone. If that's in the cards, I have no idea. Hopefully we get a real game soon. It's just the first couple rounds. Generally, as the cups go on and on, when there's multiple cups, they do seeding off of the results of the previous tournaments. But for Cup 1, they generally do seeding based off of your ladder rank. Generally, if you're really, really high rated on ladder, you kind of just fight these like 1,500 teams for like the first 2 series, or you fight like someone that doesn't show up because they signed up for the toy. So yeah, like generally Calvish and them are number 1 seed. So they're gonna have a really kind of YOLO bracket. Like this is probably like 2 hundos, and then who's Legion? I don't know who that is either. Who's Dragon Cream Cheese? I don't know who that is either. So yeah, you beat both of those, and then you're all the way down here. I think round 5 is actually getting top 8 at the end of the day, or top 6 if you're in the winner's side of the bracket. And only 2 people get in through the loser's bracket. Who even is on their side of the bracket? Who's Rogue Haters? I don't know who that is. I think Legends that Never Die and Abjured are teams. But yeah, they'll fight Hansel, or who's Legends Never Die? Wait, can I just type? Nice. Yeah, they'll fight Hansel, I guess, for top 6. That's a really free bracket. Well, no, because they still have to do round 5. So who's on this round 5 side? Because the move's on quarterfinal side. All right, we got 2v3. Sleepyhead Nate playing without a third. I did help Sleepyhead get top 8 a couple times when he didn't have a rank 1 title to his name. I don't know if they're gonna 2v3 this team though. But I mean, if there's any class that could accidentally AoE one-shot everything, it is Windwalker. Going in, doing 1.92 million DPS, 2.1 million DPS, 39 million damage, and like 5 globals. But now he is getting peeled, so that number is gonna fall all the way back down. And here's the Smoky Bee dying through karma. And they're going for this 2v3. It says they're up 1-0. I don't know if they just forgot to change that from the last cup. Are they actually up 1-0? There's no way they won the 2v3, right? This weapon. Thank you. Oh, that's much better. I put my glasses on. I mean, it's a minute and a half in. Maybe they actually did win it. So is this kind of like some Kona football NFL red zone type shit where you don't actually... Normally they never streamed the qualifiers ever, because they just didn't have time to put the admins to like actually watch any of the games, and they just relied on players to report the scores and everything like that, and take screenshots as evidence in case a team like tries to say they didn't lose when they did. So you have like receipts and everything. But yeah, usually they never stream the qualifiers. But yeah, I mean, maybe they actually won 2v3 once, unless this is just from last time and they just forgot to change it. Yeah, I think it's a good thing to get them streamed. I will say on Europe, there was not nearly this many YOLO teams. I feel like 80% of the teams right now on NA are just YOLO sign up for the toy TR access. Whereas Europe has like at least like 10 teams trying to fight each other. They actually 2v3'd. So yeah, they're just winning this 2v3. Oh, good. I'm gonna whisper sleepy. Good shit. 2v3 the whole thing. That's funny. Nerf Windwalker, by the way. No, I'm kidding. Man, we did see some the Windwalker Ellie games on Europe, and I'm sure F tier will do well with Windwalker Ellie. Like, it won't be completely underrepresented, but I mean, if I go back to like the beginning of Europe, there wasn't this many YOLO games, right? Like, what was the first series of Europe? I mean, I guess kind of. There's a couple YOLO series. We jumped right into the middle of this. I don't know either of these teams either. Got a response from Sleepyhead. He's also laughing at the 2v3. I think they're just missing their third. They just YOLO signed up for TR and test stuff. I think normally they play with a DH and they play a lot of like Boomy DH or Boomy like DK and or not Boomy DK, yeah, Boomy DH and probably Windwalker Boomy or something, but I guess they just don't have it. Is it streamed? It's on YouTube. Here's the links. Yeah. Definitely a lot of rounds of YOLO teams for the first couple rounds. Why they kind of usually only just stream the top 8, but as far as the qualifiers go. But in a couple more rounds, we'll kind of get stuff trimmed down, I think. Got some clones going out. No, he has Incarn in 15. We're 3 minutes in. Pretty surprising for an early bracket game to be going on this long. I guess Warrior Lock doesn't have that much kill potential. Especially with an H-Pal. One of the more damp healers. There's Wen coming out from the Windwalker and Images, Strike of the Windlord, Celestial. Doesn't really hit anyone almost with that. I mean, the Celestial kind of chunks the Pally a little bit, but drive-by like sweep on the Pally into a Root Beam. He just gets out of it though. Lock having to gate away. Goes for a refair off this probably, or not. There's the big fist. Fist does a lot more damage now with the new 4-piece. It's kicked on fear. Luck probably is going to die in a couple seconds because this is still incarn from the Boomy for a couple more seconds. Ports back into the Boomy to keep getting incarned on. Gets clashed back in by the Windwalker. Goes for a Shadow Free to fear the healer. Actually just goes for a haunt. Doesn't even go for fear. Gets cloned. Warrior's just kind of getting soloed by the Windwalker. Gets some reclones. He's going to try to go switch the clone to Pally. Gets CS on clone. For more refears. There's the clone. Next incarn's in 30. No, I'm not playing this time around. I don't really have enough time to practice and stuff, and there's just too much politics that I just, I'm too alienated at this point to really want to put in the effort because the top 4 teams are just so far ahead. Kind of burnt out on it. I've made Gauntlet a couple times and I'm okay with that. But I think trying to put hundreds of hours in of like practicing and trying to like make a new team get up there and like trying to get top 6 overall. Nah, Starting late is like no way to make it too. I just don't have the time or the effort to want to practice for multi-class. Like I don't really want to play 10-minute outlaw dampener games to make like $600 for hundreds of hours of effort. Rather just watch it, it's more fun. Just dies to random instant cast damage, not even incarn. This is still a 5.5-minute game. Yeah, maybe next season or something. Like if my IRL is like less stressed and I'm like in the green and not in the red, and I'm not prioritizing other types of work over streaming, or if there's like a for fun mop tournament that does well, but Link Armory where I have no idea. I don't know that team. There's not a gear checker thing on this until top 8. Has a future? I don't know. Seems like they're doing more things for it. They brought on some new commentators, like Chanimal's gonna commentate, D Machine's commentating again. Seems like they're positioning themselves to maybe do EU versus NA as a LAN again, and not just online. But maybe I'm overlooking into some of the signs of that's where some of the budget trimming is going, so they could afford to fly people in. But they've talked that they wanted to do more NA versus EU, but it could just be more online, where they just take turns lagging, which is always a boring way to do it. Yeah, now we actually have a real game going on. We got Hansel and Nos, not Nozom. A lot of people get the two mixed up. Nos and Nozom used to be on the same team. But yeah, I mean, Arena should just be completely separated from the MMO. Less barriers to entry. I think they've practiced a lot of Mage Lock. They also have Feral Mage, I think, on their team with I think Zentheon. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty long damp. I do not envy that warrior having to RP walk at Mage Lock. He's not going to hit much this entire game. I don't really know the enemy team, and I don't think Warrior Shadow Priest is really that much of a comp, so should just be an easy 3-0, but yeah, 2-minute game. That is like a really free side of the bracket. Like it's just Calvish and Hansel all the way to round 4. That's insane. Like round 5 is top 6. So like even if Hansel and them lose, like I have no idea what you're typing Black Eye. Like who else would Calvish even fight for round 5? Or, I mean, I'm just watching whatever Blizzard puts out. Because normally they don't even stream the qualifiers. If I compare it to Europe, let me see where it ended on Europe. I don't even think I have it anymore. That's fine. I think that's where it ends, though. You can't use the AWC plugin thing until top 8. So that's like on the weekend. You can see what people are wearing. I don't know either of these teams. It's still like a high bracket game. We'll get our own music going again. Gets the leg sweep. Block just dies in the opener because it's the low end game. I don't know. They're sub rug. Okay. Wait forever for that. I don't know, man. I just want to see like one. I mean, obviously the good teams have high seeding and then the low teams have low seeding. So you have to watch like multiple low sign up for fun teams to like get to one good team stomping a bad team. And then it's like not till like round 4 or 5, maybe even round 6, where the losers bracket is two good teams fighting each other. Or, you know, because there's not going to be any good teams fighting each other in the winners bracket before top 8. Unless you're really, really unlucky, where it's like a really high rated team that's still low seed. They didn't play ladder. Like a lot of times Liquid is usually really low seeding, and it kind of works out for them. I think right now Calvish and them are number 1 seed. I started WoW in vanilla. I'm 31. I was like 13 or 14 in like TBC. I didn't really main PvP until Kata, like 16, I think. And that's when I got like my first glads. And then I got my first rank 1s in MOP when they made it less political and not like what server you went to. So I played on the better battle groups. I didn't just go play 5s on like a Bongwater BG. Yeah, this is just a quick 3-0 for the Hansel. BG9 late in MOP, but like early MOP too, like season 12 and all that. But in Kata I played on Shadowburn, which was still really competitive. It was like Jamili and a bunch of other people. Because everyone was there for like Central, because that's when Philo made everyone go to Rampage, which queued into Shadowburn because they were like both Chicago data centers. Everyone was kind of following Philo early Kata. And then late Kata is when everyone went and followed Snuts to Kel'Thuzad for Nightfall. And Mitch Jones and all them with their RMP. Like everyone went to KT for like the last season of Kata, but then everyone was on like Central for the first half, almost. The dead BGs were like Dark Spear Cyclone was one, like Whirlwind was really bad, Ember Storm was really bad, Vindication was really bad. Like generally the only good BGs were Nightfall, Shadowburn, Rampage, and BG9, which is Bloodlust. Yeah, I originally started on Whirlwind, which was like the bottom 2 battle groups of the entire game. I didn't know any better. I just hit recommend server as a kid and stayed on that server forever. I didn't really know anything or get better at the game until like late Wrath, but even then I was just a PvEer that got duelist on accident with my guildies. We just either won or lost in the opener with like full PvE gear RLS. Well, not full, but a lot of PvE gear. Yeah, Kata is when people started spreading out though a little bit. And then by MOP, everyone went right back to BG9. And then they eventually merged the battle groups in season 14. No, that KT was like the end of Kata. But everyone started going back to BG9 for most of the early half of MOP. Mostly because like everyone was just following Reckful at that point. Like Reckful single-handedly flipped Tichondrius from like being an alliance server to a horde server or something at one point. Like it was like 90 horde, 10 alliance, and then it became like the opposite. Like he literally flipped an entire server. Yeah, I'm still on Tyke myself. This is a long game. I mean, I guess Major Lock can't really kill much ever. Wish there was a details. Because the details isn't up every game. It's demo. You need to play demo if you play Mage Lock or Shadow Play, because Demo Lock has Mortal Strike. Playing without Mortal Strike's really troll. Like one of the only casters that has Mortal Strike. Same with like Hunter bringing Mortal Strike with pets. You can commentate. Probably not. I'd be too biased, I think. And I think the UI isn't good enough for me. I would space out. If the UI showed DRs, I think I'd be really good. We had nice little like DR trackers right here, and some cast bars like right here. And if we had some cast bars, we had some DRs, then yeah, I'd be pumping. Why doesn't it show DRs? Because they want to make it easier for people to watch. Like it's already too confusing. That's why they dumbed it down with like just the fire or the shields. Of like when people have cooldowns up and stuff. The old school UI for like MOP, it was perfect for tournaments. It was like it was full on Trophy GCD of like their last couple globals. And you actually could see what buffs and debuffs they had. Like there was so much info on the screen. I get it was intimidating, but it was such a nice UI. The one that like the Russians made or whatever. Yeah, it's awkward for the commentator sometimes where you just can't really see when the go is gonna happen. I think it's fun when you can literally call it out, just recognizing the script of the game more of like, okay, he's gonna run over there and do that in 3 seconds. Oh, he's doing it just like I said, makes you look better at commentating than you are. Oh, real actual match. We got Tuna's team, good team, versus Danny Carey, okay team. This is like the first non-rank 1 versus 1500 or 1500 versus 1500 game. This might actually be a game. Got some Feral Shadow Priest. No, it makes the game way easier to commentate when you can see the game plan that people have. It has nothing to do with whether you play a setup comp or a PV comp. It just helps with pattern recognition to be like, oh, they can't play the game yet. I'm going to save my breath so that I could go full auctioneer Eminem mode when everything's about to happen in 7 seconds. Like right now, it doesn't matter as much. Oh shit, everything's happening. Oh god, he's happy string. Like it lets you kind of pace yourself instead of just like getting lost and being like, oh, is shit going to happen in 10 seconds or in 15 seconds? Here's the grip blind. Into the leg sweep. Big AoE pumps. Normally you see Shadow Priest Feral played with an H-Pal. I don't know how it's really going to be with a Rested Druid. Action getting some big Windwalker dam going. That is the second charge of images. Windwalker's not really pacing himself. He kind of sent everything. I mean, they kind of survived it though. Feral didn't even have to wall. He only had to use Heart of the Wild and Renewal. Big Incarn push coming out from him in 50. The Micros DC being thrown onto Danny. Danny goes in for a bash onto Axton, but Gum is in some clones by Tuna. Gage just spamming mind control in the middle of the map. I guess he has dots out. Here's his Dark Arc push. Axton's still stuck in bear form. Windwalker's going to have images and Zwen in the next 10 seconds. Going to do stuff. Best comp you think so far? FMP, Outlaw RMP, or Ellie Shaman anything. Ellie Windwalker, Ellie DH. Ellie Feral. I would say Ellie Feral is probably the best Ellie comp. So yeah, I would say RMP, FMP, and Ellie Feral. Probably the top 3 comps. And then Feral Shadow Priest, Ellie is also really good. Gum just getting 100 0'd. Gotta rewatch that. Feral does his still. Yeah, there was a few boomies on EU, like Corky and stuff that played today. Yeah, just full maim into a half rake stun. Hey, just gets windcarned on. Ellie was bad for like 2 weeks, and then it got buffed right back to God mode. It's like one of the best casters in the game. The only thing that's bad about Ellie is Mage is the most broken thing right now. But like if Mage disappeared, Ellie would just be the new Mage. Except for you can kind of hit an Ellie a couple of globals a game. Well, more than a couple globals a game. You can't really ever hit a Mage, even with the mobility nerfs. The series is still going on between Hansel and them. The other team actually took a game off them. I don't know how Warrior Shadow Priest took a game off Mage Lock. Maybe it's just a good matchup for them. We're in the NFL red zone, getting bounced to the other stream. Check PMs on where? Discord or Twitch DMs? Twitch DMs, okay. I mean, you could have just asked. It's not a private link on YouTube that I know of. Literally like on their public Discord. Link's right here. I literally had a Twitch chatter give me the link. I was too lazy to check the Discord. I don't think it's hidden or anything. Because you can be 1500, sign up to AWC, and you can just see it in the AWC Discord. For like the admins and stuff. I don't know on Forset yet. I'll know this weekend when but I don't even think anyone's going to play sub this weekend, so like the actual top 8. Like it's just going to be Outlaw Rogues. It's going to be hard to tell. Maybe there might be like a niche matchup in Rogue v Rogue where sub might be brought out for like a specific matchup, but for like tournament dampening games, Outlaw is just more quality of life. You can't see gear people are running until top 8. They're just like the offline qualifiers. But it's cool that Blizzard's like letting people actually watch the offline qualifiers now. Just you get out of roots more. More DPS, killing spree out of roots, banish every like 30 seconds out of roots, tankier. As long as your lose condition is smaller, you win more. Why are you watching old AWC stuff? This is current. This is the offline qualifier brackets for this weekend. First couple rounds there were kind of freebies. College's bracket side is so free. Like Hansel's like the only like known team he's fighting up till like top 6. Or I don't know who was in round 5 on the bottom side of the bracket. There might be a team I don't know because everyone has weird fucking names. Yeah, it's a shame there's no Pika. The RMP is really good right now. So is FMP. I mean, it looks like Nos is gonna die again to the Warrior. Warrior has all of his cooldowns up. Double shockwave onto him and Montage. There's the bop. It's axe tossed into Ruination and a bunch of other demo stuff. Meteor and just full connected with the Comet Storm there. 4 Masteries. Cancel a CS in 3. This is still Veins. Gets the double Snowdrift, even though I think it's TR, but actually doesn't get us any Blade Storms. Alters it, but Alter doesn't do much anymore. Big Ascension from the Shadow Priest. He is like 10% though, no swap. Actually, he might have had swap, he just got kicked. Yeah, if he just didn't get kicked, he swapped and then dispersed in 10 when he died. What did he get kicked on? On the Dark Ascension itself? No, he got kicked on Insanity during it. Unfortunate. Surprised that Hansel wanted to play Cross Demo. You would think he would like try to play like some outlaw RMP with like Calm or something. Not his playstyle or what I imagined from him. Because he's not like a lean back Zaryu MLS mage, you know? He's not a Cubsy who like thrives in the 10-minute game. Fury is still probably better than Arms, I think, but I'm not sure. It's pretty close. Be back a sec. Alright, we're back. Thanks for the watch party. No problem, man. Okay, we have Axton and them again, rematching, yeah, I don't think they're updating the scores in real time. Because they already beat this team once. Axton just soloed the Windwalker with Incarn, like 3 or 4 minutes into the game. Axton just run until Incarn, I guess. Tries to clash, set something up on Tuna, but he just immediately wild charges back. Not even sure what he wild charged to, because the Trent looked like it was gone. But like an old Trent we couldn't see, or gets kicked by Claudio's pet into a clone. Might be a disperse here. Nope, he gets topped with just a big Swift Mend. Tuna forced into bear form, gets stranged. Ancient Allure walks back out at 1 mile an hour. I do think Tuna's team actually could do really well here. Like, Feral Shadow Priest H-Pel is really good, but our Druid's actually kind of one of the top 2 healers with the new Forset being so good for it. So maybe this double Druid version is actually, like, better than the H-Pel version, I don't know. Depends on mana. It might need to drink, though, is the problem. Reclones on Tuna, actions getting pressure to here's the Incarn. Gage does have Disperse if they all start getting AoE'd. Incarn's not getting that much done here, though. I mean, Claudio is getting Windcarned on, actually. Random Priesthood on healer, nothing really followed up on it. Goes for a clone, but gets range kicked by the Death Knight. What do you predict? I mean, I think Welcome to the Jung wins the whole thing. Not the controversial pick. It's the safe pick. They won everything last season. But yeah, this series, Tuna's team probably. They're already 1-0. The score at the top is wrong. Because Axton soloed Gum with Windcarn 3 or 4 minutes in last time. Sorry about that. Yeah, that speed does crazy damage. And even if you train it, doesn't really actually cast anything. And you just end up giving it even more damage with Masochism. Yeah, it's about 560 to 400 on damage right now. Yep, Claudio just randomly goes down, gets Star Search by Tuna. There was also a big mana difference because of that damage. Tuna was at like 50 mana, and Danny was like starting to him. Had like 10% mana left. A lot of that's fake damage to pets, I guess. It was actually more like 470 to 440. So damage actually was within 40 million. Just all that fake damage on unholy pets always makes details like wrong. Because the end score screen subtracts add damage to pets. But details usually isn't right. It gives people more DPS than they're doing. Cross Mage is the best class in the entire game right now. Fire is like B tier, and it got nerfed somehow. Even though Frost is like the most broken it's ever been. Like Europe is just all outlaw RMP and FMP. Outside of maybe the occasional Feral LE or other LE comp. You can see LE with Rogue, Windwalker, Feral, even DH, like almost anything with LE works. But I would say RMP and FMP are probably the most two popular dominant things right now. Outlaw RMP. Get my Mog. You can put it in the Discord. The Mog channel. Some would say best in the game. We'll see. I don't know if I'd say best in the game. Those are both pretty normy. I would say the top one is better than the second one, because the second one's just literally a full set with the assassination gear and cursed vision. The scythe is always cool, but no. I would say the first one is like a 7, and the second one is like a 5. Don't really like the brown on the boots. And the shoulders don't really match. I've got Palamore versus F tier. That's unfortunate for them. That they fight like a good team on like their like a top 5er team in the early half of their bracket. That kind of means they might have to just start in the losers bracket. Whereas Calvish just auto gets round 5. For the only team he fights is Hansel. Kind of what you get when the team's first seed. I mean, F tier got second place a bunch last season. They did really well last season. Now I don't think they are like for the cups, not like the grand finals. But they're like definitely a top 4, top 5, top 3 to 5 depending on their bracket type team. Like they're not a Welcome to the Jung or Calvish or, maybe even Sea-Doo or, but generally if Dopa and them get top 6, I'm proud of my boy. But F tier and them are a little higher on. So yeah, it does suck to get them like really early in your bracket where everyone else just fights like 1,500 teams. Like if I look at Calvish's side of the bracket, I don't know a single name of anyone he's fighting until he fights Hansel next round. Yeah, this matchup in general is really hard for Rogue. Interestingly enough, they're that's fine. I didn't even see that kill. I was like a bit on a different. I need to go back. He just gets lava on. Here's the Stormkeeper. He gets kicked. Goes for the ice wall. Gets kicked again. Big AoE. Dopa just dies without. He gets the block. Did I go back that far? I just wanted to rewatch this real quick. Awakened died. Because they swapped and blocked. And Palomar was crossed with sleep. He just dies in a lasso. 2 minutes into the game. That's rough for them. Having to climb out of the losers bracket is like playing literally twice as many games. That kind of might be good for me because that means I get to see them play more for today. Yeah, Ellie Windwalker, yeah. It's not that bad of a comp. Right here, right now, true. There you go. I think it's just going to continue being Outlaw RMP and FMP, and like the occasional Feral Ellie or Feral Shadow Priest. Outlaws and Ferals, and then just a Wizard. Mage and Ellie are the best casters. Mage, Ellie, and Shadow Priest, I guess. Feels a little disingenuous to put SP up there, even though Feral Shadow Priest HPL is so good. But Mage and Ellie are the best casters. Mage is definitely the best class in the entire game. And then Feral and Outlaw are the best melee. And then there's a lot of healer variety. Holy Priest is really good. Resto Druid is like a top 2 healer. And then HPL is also really good. Yeah, Saul's been on the Ellie train for a while. It's just better. Like playing double melee is kind of dumb. I mean, Ellie's just better than Enhance. Here's a rematch. Frames are kind of bugged. I don't see the enemy or Palamore's side at all. I guess we don't get to see their health bars or anything. Oh, they're just remaking. Okay. Duo? Oh, kidding. It is, yeah. Normally, they don't stream the top 8 qualifiers at all. You just get the top 8 games broadcasted over the weekend. But yeah, they're trying to stream the qualifiers now. Now, the first like 20 games have just been 15 hundos dying in the opener that signed up just for the toy. But yeah, we're getting a couple series right now. So far, I think there was 2 games of Claudio's Windwalker DK versus Axton and Tuna's Feral Shadow Priest. And then right now there's F tier versus Dopamine. So these are like the first 2 like real series that have happened out of like 8. And it's kind of NFL red zoney where you just go in between different series. You don't even get to see a whole series. Like, oh, you watched this game start at 20% dampening. Okay, now you're straight into the next game. You get like a stupid banner if you sign up. It doesn't do anything. It's like a little flag you put down. Yeah, it's unfortunate for Palomar and them to fight a real team this early on in the bracket. It's gonna mean the losers bracket's gonna be a lot more games they have to play through. Whereas Calvish side of the bracket, extremely free. Like Hansel and Calvish are definitely happy with that. It's an auto top 6, auto top 8, no matter what. I mean, obviously Calv's always gonna get first to top 3. Like it doesn't really matter the bracket for him, but the top side of the bracket definitely seems much weaker than the bottom side, and that's just kind of what happens when Calv's literally number 1 seed. Obviously, you're gonna get the better side of the bracket, but first for some resheeps. That was Karma and Diffuse and Trinket. Speed still has everything though, also. Best player right now? Nah, Welcome to the Jung is the best team. Nick the Rogue in them. And Zhang and Prev and all of them. Like they pretty much were almost undefeated last season. They dropped maybe like 1 or 2 series, but like always ran it back and won the cup and won the finals. The only thing that could almost outdamp them was the mirror into Pika Feral. And yeah. But now I guess Sturge and them aren't playing, so they just play Ray of Frost? Not usually. I know Dopa is right now. It just depends. I guess because they're playing sub and not outlaw, which is kind of troll. Because it's really hard to kill a Windwalker nowadays. I think the move might still be playing. Sturge might be playing 1 cup just to not screw over his teammates because there's only 3 cups. But yeah, he made the decision literally on April Fools that he just doesn't want to really play without Pika and stuff. And that he's just too stressed with the competing and that it's not worth it. And I don't blame him. It's not really worth it. Why I don't take competing that seriously right now. But maybe it'll all get better next expansion, Copium. Seems like they're putting a little more effort into it. They added on some new commentators. Chan's gonna cast. E-Machine is casting. Maybe they'll do more NA versus EU stuff. It seemed like they said that was on their radar. Maybe they're budgeting flying people out for a physical LAN instead of doing online NA versus EU, since they're cutting the prize money and cutting a whole cup. Like maybe that means they're just trying to make it more affordable to have a higher production value and just, quality over quantity. Opium? I don't know. I would like to see a push to 3-man rosters, though. I think that would increase the storylines and just make more teams. And it would be a lot of drama. We'll love drama. Of, like, former teammates fighting each other and shit. Yeah, it's just a little banner. But some people like collecting everything, you know? Now we're 4 minutes in. Dampening is kinda starting now, 17% damp. Big damage from Dorito. Altars. Gets topped, has to cancel the altar. I think it got purged anyway, but no leg sweep for 40. Dorito in a little bit of trouble here. He has Karma, ports back, gets top, doesn't have to use it. He did disarm Rogue on that. Palomar, no blades for 55. Dorito will have Trinket by the next Shadow Blades. The UI doesn't tell me if Palomar has Smoke Bomb or not, but Windwalker's going to have Trinket by the time everything matters with Blades, but maybe they'll get something done with Veins here. Veins does get the Diffuse Magic and the Karma. There's an Ice Wall. Speed immediately blinking over for the rescue. Wall does nothing. Dorito kind of still dying through that Karma. Here's the Windwalker's cooldowns. Big pump onto Dopa. Well, Stormkeeper from the Ellie. He's already out of LOS from Blink, but another disarm onto Dopa. Or onto Palomar. Palomar has Blades in 10. Burrito does have his trinket for it, and he is playing Orc. He's not griefing. There's Dopamine's second and final ice block. Awaken with no Guardian for a while and no Angel Form, no nothing. Pretty much all they have left was Swap, and Palomar just gets tabbed soloed by, I don't know. What even hit him? I don't know why they're not playing Outlaw. I mean, RMP is OP, but it's a Mage problem. Yeah, he just got kicked in the head like Dorito is just a full-on mule. Oh, never mind, that's lava. And they didn't really have anything. They had Swap, but I think they were even on Global. Awaken's just jumping into the wall here. Just got out of like a sleep. I think maybe they death sleep. Can't tell because I can't see the cooldown of death, but it looks like the sleep breaks. Oh no, they willed it. Why? Yeah, he just wills and then they die. That's a hard matchup though. I lost to F tier every time last season too. Yeah, that's the Wooting 60 with the arrow keys. On the 60 though, I used to have the right alt control code or whatever be like modifier to be the one was like the function layer key, and then the other one was like the arrow keys. I just got rid of some of the directions, I think. But it's still good for like navigating windows. How's weather in Arizona? Let me see. It's 62. Rain possible. Not bad, not bad. There's no humidity here either. Yeah, not bad. Carbon with Search Eris? Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to think of other servers that were on it, but yeah, it was just only Search Eris. And then Rampage was like Illidan, and I think there was 2 servers for it, but mostly just Illidan. That's where everyone followed Philo. Yeah, people cheesed every season up until they combined everything in MOP. I know there was everyone used to call Cyclone, like Darkspears PG, Tyclone. Because at one point there was like an 8-way tie in fives, and you could have like 10 people on a fives charter. Or maybe it was 8. I remember the max number. But yeah, you could have way more than 5 people on a fives charter, and then there would just be multiple waves of ties. And then everyone would just get it. So, like some BGs just had like 40 rank ones, and there was like 12 different battle groups. Damn. Get up a second. Stretch. Like when? Like back in actual Kata? Was it just a different era then? Streaming wasn't as popular. It's kind of like dueling people and Elwyn and stuff. Or just like queuing into people in other brackets. Yeah, was it off broadcast? Calvish game? Calvish streaming? But I mean that's to be expected. Yeah, Calvish is streaming. Well, I should have opened his stream for that. But yeah, that's to be expected. That's like a maybe top 8 team to like top 6 at the most, kind of like a dopamine team versus, a top 2, top 3 team. Maybe even top 1. Like I think Calvish is like the only team that could kind of fight Welcome to the Jung. Well, I wish I knew Calvish was 3 minutes qualifying. I mean, they had a pretty free bracket, but guess I could watch that series real quick. All right, we got Welcome to the Jung, the everyone's pick to win the whole thing because they won all of season 1 versus Flop's team. So 2 good teams right here. I'm okay with that. We have 2 Ellie Shamans, Ellie Shamaning each other, you know, some lava squared. Drake trying to get some Cyclones out with Heart of the Wild, gets kicked by the Monk. Gonna go for another clone here, no kick from the Monk, no rot from the Monk. Monk gets cloned on his CDs, well, his CDs are over. Dippy just shooting lava bursts in 7 different directions at the same time. Sorry, I gotta go back, and then I'll go live. I just want to screenshot that. It's just funny how perfectly spread people were. Right there. Like, how is that a thing? Sorry to go back. That's disgusting. My money's obviously on Welcome to the Jung here. This is gonna be a damper though. Actually, Chun's just getting soloed by Drake. Goes down to 20% HP, gets a big heal from the Druid. Rev getting turned on too. Kinda spiked for a second there. Windwalker has cooldowns to do damage in 10. Flop, Peel, and Drake. Actually, they're just going him with that maim. Nice little drive-by stun by Flop as he retreats back to the pillar. Drake just getting 90% slowed by Fist of Fury. Walking back over. No Windcarn push from them for about a minute. It is telling to see that they have no faith in the Feral Shadow Priest H-Pile and that they're going straight into Feral Ellie Holy Priest. So, my prediction of Feral Shadow Priest H-Pile Mirror Finals is pretty far off. Seems good when I fight it on ladder, but you know, ladder is a different game. But Zhang is goated on every healer, so. I do think H-Priest and Ardruid are the top 2 healers for sure right now for tournament. Ardruid got a huge buff with the tier set. Like, it was pretty bad without tier set, and then as soon as you get 4 set, it's good. Big Maim clone onto flop. Gonna maybe switch the clone to clone Dippy low. It gets stopped, actually. They tried to lasso that for cross CC, but they didn't get it. Flop's coming in to stun Drake. Both Ellies are maintaining a million DPS the whole game. Flop still has Ironbark. He's still an Ancient Allure right now. Dippy has no wall for 50. Sun pretty much has everything defensively. This Incarn is really only not really getting that much done, actually. Thought it would do more since Dippy had no wall, but guess we're waiting for a little more dampening. Big procs on a Dippy. Another stun clone onto flop. Windwalker manages to get across the map and stop the clone at like 90% of the cast. Gonna be huge for flop to be able to actually top Dippy here. You got that clone, it would be a whole different deal. They're trying to get some pressure onto Zhang randomly. Wind shears him. Big slicing wind plunder storm on him. Tops himself with instant casts. Both healers still doing really well on mana. Like 60 to 70% mana. 4 minutes into the game. Another in card from Drake in 1 minute. Stuns flop, knocks him back into the middle of the map so Prev can get some meatballs on him. Gets another restun, and then flop just dies. He just got sub-rogued by the Feral. 2 to 3 stuns, but actual burst, actual sustained damage. Drake also maintaining a million DPS the whole game. Without pets to pad on. Pretty big damage diff. Top PV dampeners for sure. That wasn't even that long of a dampening game. It was only 4 minutes. I thought it was going to be like a 7-minute game. But, yeah. They're dominant for a reason. Let me rewatch the Calvish game while I wait. So they're playing Rogue Lock Pally instead of I thought they had Zentian. I don't know who that rogue is. Or is that rogue still Zentian? I don't know. Playing Sub Arcane with no flag. Playing as human. 90-second trinket is pretty good. Also just the most damage. Does Orc is the same value at the beginning of an expansion as the end of an expansion. Whereas human is just based on how many secondary stats you have, so it gets better and better every season. Trying to see what build he's playing, like just reverse engineering it, but I think he's just playing his normal Gloomblade build with T, obviously. Yeah, it doesn't have Swift Death. He's Gloomblade. But yeah. Surprised they didn't just like get a priest or druid. And Asa's off not that great either, I don't think. Oh. Was that a Vis? It was like 1.9 physical. I don't even know what the shadow did. Oh, they tried everything. They tried Mage Lock first, even. Oh, that rogue? True. I got a rematch between Flop and them. We're a minute in. 10% damp. Seems like they want to do a lot more swaps onto Flop. That's how they got the kill last time. I mean, neither of those are comps. I don't think Fury Devastation or Demo SP are really comps right now. There's no Frost Mage, no Ellie, no Rogue, no Feral. No H Priest, no R Druid, no Hunter. Kind of just wants to get the aim shot off so bad. It is good that they switched comps instead of just trying to mirror it. I don't think I've seen anyone try to play Marksman Ellie. It's an interesting comp. I mean, they both do crazy damage. And Chun still brings Mortal Strike to the table with the pet. Does get cloned on the Row of Sacrifice. I'm worried about them just not really having stuns. I don't know how Chun's going to get much off. I mean, I guess he can kind of instant CC Peel Drake with a lot of bindings and scatters and stuff like that, but it does seem like Drake's just going to have insane uptime on him. Angel him from the priest, being really mana efficient. He has infinite mana in angel form. Ancient Allure from flop. A giant angel versus a giant tree. Getting some kaijus going on. Mana lead much in the way for Zhang right now. Well, actually, it's kind of more close than I thought. Still a gigantic damage lead. It's a little closer, though. Dippy actually just passed Prev. Like, that's neck and neck. Drake did bear most of that, so doesn't take much damage. I think they're going to walk out and try to do a push here. No incarn for 2 minutes. Ben's doing a good job just kiting the whole game. Having 50-yard range. There's another root. Unfortunately, Feral is not really a rootable class, or disarmable, or sheepable. So he just gets right back on him effortlessly. There's a trap onto Zhang, and then they break it. Unless he deathed it, but it broke so late I don't think it was death. Yeah, they lost game 1 as a Feral Ellie mirror, but now they're trying to play Hunter Ellie, which I haven't really seen on ladder. But I guess I haven't been playing as much ladder, so. Definitely didn't expect to see that. Bup just helping out with some Star Surges also helps him be more mana efficient. So they're just scattered to be annoying to Drake. That's the PTSD of fighting Chun on Marksman, is just you're always running at him, getting scattered and binded and defensively trapped, like really obnoxious. Especially because he can't even evasion scatter shot anymore. So it's really hard to have uptime. This is True Shot. Maybe he'll get like a crazy 6 million hit or something. If he casts. Traps Drake for cross, you see? Gets him out of it though. Sentinel Root, the hero talent, is like bugged for all the specs, even survival too. Because yeah, you just get dispelled and it reprocs itself and doesn't. So even if you dispel it, it just reroots you and doesn't DR with itself or other roots. The tooltip also says it's only supposed to proc once a minute, but it like procs way more than that. These little purple circles around everyone trips me out. My brain thought it was a binding shot down. This is looking just like a 2-0 for Welcome to the Jung, I think. Prev is way ahead on damage now. They were neck and neck. And Drake also is just 60 million damage over Chun. His game name? What do you mean it's World of Warcraft? I think it says it on Twitch. Ellie just has crazy amount of procs there. Full Michael Bay. Name of the game? True. Chun just getting soloed by all the meatballs. Just True Shot though. He's trying to throw some haymakers back. Aim shots Zhang, but it only did like 10% of his health. Drake just getting soloed by Dippy. That forced the life swap right there. Both healers around 40% mana. Drake taking a huge aim shot as well. Big rapid fire, chunking him through LOS. They lined this entire full trap. They lined it all. Didn't see if that last one got stopped. It was a weird camera angle. No incarn for like 2 minutes. Well, like a minute and a half for Drake. Last game, they got like a good swap to flop. Seems like with this kind of overly trying to shut the Hunter down and Hunter having so many peels for himself, they're way more spread out, and it's a lot harder for them to do swaps to flop now. And he has crit immunity to give flop for a swap. Honestly, it looks like they might actually be able to take this. Generally never root against the dominant favorite of last season. Welcome to the Junk should win, but comp wise, I think there's a chance. Mana's pretty even. As long as Chun doesn't randomly get soloed. I think they're gonna need to adapt their playstyle. I don't think they can overly ignore the hunter, but they also can't overly try to shut down the hunter. It's like the marksman mastery giving him like 50-yard range is kind of hard to deal with. And just how much micro CC he has to peel himself from Drake while they just dampen and wean. If he's spending way more globals, power shifting, and everything for uptime. But I mean, Drake is still top damage by a lot. I think he's over 100 million damage above Chun, so there should be a bigger mana lead than this. But there really isn't. If anything flops ahead of Zhang on mana, like 30 to 40 on mana. Chun kind of dying here. There's a true shot. Big rapid fire. Huge aim shot. Actually didn't do anything. Gets peeled on his old true shot. I mean, it's over now anyway. But yeah, this mana lead's going to be a big deal kind of soon in like the next minute or two. We are at the 9.5 minute mark, 50% dampening. Might be a 60 to 70% damper, unless Drake kind of just takes it here. Just sitting in bear form behind a pillar, still getting procced on by Dippy. Trying to fake a cyclone. Dippy gets lassoed. Drake runs into an old trap. It breaks the random AoE. Kind of being forced behind a pillar, getting triple AoE'd by volley is not going great for them. Drake bears the stun. Flop's trying to play aggro and do stuns. Going full markers mode, playing DPS, Resto Druid. Always fun to see Druids actually do something. Drake going in. Trying to fake a clone on Dippy. Dippy's not falling for it. He's only going to kick like 99% into the cast. So no precog to be farmed to try to go clone Ellie and swap it to healer or anything like that. They're just forced to line on this healer and get chunked by almost reminiscent of just mage lock damage of just getting randomly earthquaked behind a pillar and volleyed and all that. Yeah, I got all the emotes. Yeah, we're at almost 11 minutes, 60% dampening. This is the 2v2 game starting point. The 2's game would have just started about now. Thing is at 0% mana. His healing is reduced by 60%. He has no CDs. He does have an angel form in 1. He angel forms as soon as it comes up because he has unlimited mana in this. And this is going to be his last chance to top his team. Using that expensive divine hymn while he has free mana. Angel form is over. He's at 0 mana. Flop has like 20% mana. They're kind of just going to get choked out behind the pillar here. And they're going to have to adapt their strategy. Because even though Drake is, 100 million damage above Chun, well, he was. Now he's only like 60. They need to get something to flop, or otherwise our Druid is just going to be more PvE efficient than a priest, apparently. Unless he got a drink that I didn't see that they needed to stop. Actually, they killed. Oh, no, they didn't. I got salt back. For some reason, I thought Dippy died for a second instead of Prev. I got so confused. I was like tunneling something else. I mean, Dippy's been playing everything. He was even pushing Mage really high in Shuffle at one point. He's expanded a lot. And it's not like Ellie Shaman is that hard of a thing to play. All right, let's watch the Calvish game while we wait on that. Tune in and finish this game. RP versus RP. He's streaming. I'm guessing it's an outlaw RP mirror. Probably an Aiden and a Brewer. Okay. Minute into the game. Comms aren't that confident from them, but I would give this to CD's team though. But they are also not usually an RMP team, and they play like a really dampener style. And RMP mirror is pretty fast. Wish I could see details of damage. Just see what outlaw's getting more uptime, but they'll barely live in there. I mean, they've been complaining about RMP a bunch, but nice. Yeah, Sam was just way up on damage there. Oh, that's all the YouTube game now too. God damn. It's just all Comet Storm. It's Comet Stormed at like 80%. I don't even think Troll Press is really anything. Press is like one between the eyes. Like all just Comet Storm Meteor and just getting CS'd. Mages are pretty good. Calvin them playing Sub Arcane RMD. The Druid meta is definitely here. There is music playing. It's just low. Let me just raise it for you guys and then lower it for me. There you go. Now it should be louder. Yeah, that's fine. The commentary muted? It shouldn't be. I think I'm talking. I was just kind of moving things around. Now the real problem here is Calvish's transmog. Did not look that bad in the other round. Did he switch it? Oh yeah, there's not commentating or anything. These are the offline qualifiers. Normally they don't even stream the qualifiers. This is like a new thing they're doing now. But it's kind of like NFL Red Zoney, where it just like throws you into random series and you don't get to see the entire thing. But yeah, we went over a lot of Europe games and NA games today. Okay, we watched a RMP mirror between Brua and Sea-Doo earlier, and then yeah, the Calvish side of the bracket is Omega free. They haven't fought like a single top 5 team, top 6 team. Like the only named player they fought was Hansel, and even then, like they're kind of a new team right now. I think I mean, Abjure didn't do that bad last season. I guess it pays to be number 1 seed. So yeah, they're. But honestly, like it doesn't really matter what side of the bracket Calv gets. Like he's gonna get top 1 to 3, probably second. I think Welcome to the Jung wins the whole thing. We're back into round 2 of this RMP mirror. The score at the top is wrong. Liquid won the first game. Damn, just 70-0 to Brewer with a random Meteor CS. No block. There's no details, so I can't really see what Rogue's doing more damage uptime wise, but Trill having some good uptime. He runs over, stuns Trill. They get the full sheep out of the stun. Aiden not there to stop it. Trill fainting the stun. That new feint talent is a little nerfed for Outlaw and more than it is for Sub and Asa, but it's still incredibly overpowered. So he's not going to take much damage in that stun if you pre-feint a stun. Crazy value. Sam kind of getting chunked here. Brew Guardian. I don't think he's going to really need to trade much out though. Still Veins from Sam. Goes in, gets the full ring and everything, but both mages just trying to spam polys. Sam getting grip back into the middle. Aiden getting stuck in a lot of polys and novas on his adrenaline rush. Trill doing a big killing spree onto a Brua. There's another Meteor right there. He immediately blinks. It does not want to get 70-0'd again like that. Angel form from Garbage. Should be able to top his team pretty heavily here and Immune CC. See his team just kind of pulling back and waiting out the Angel form. It's ended now. Full kidney onto a Brua. Full ring onto Garbage. Knocks Trill off him, immediately grapples back. Sea-Doo goes for the MD. Going for more repolys, gets CS'd again by Sam. Goes for an ice wall on the Angel form him. So we got raided. Gives him one over. Thank you so much, man. More polys going out. Getting topped with that Guardian Angel. It's a full poly onto Garbage. Well, DR poly onto Garbage. Into a triple DR poly. Into a DB or something. Immediately blinks that Comet Storm Meteor. Knocks Trill off him. Trill gets chastised. Random swap into C2, gouging him and swapping back. Very shuffle gouge right there. But it's going to be on same DR with Poly. I mean, it doesn't seem like either team are going for that much of CC chains. Kind of just brute force. Stop the rogue from peeling you and then, try to pump the mage a little bit. It's a very weird RMP mirror to watch. A lot more pressure going on to C2 this game than last game. Abrua kind of just dying here. Had no blocks, had no altar, had no barrier. They were ahead on mana, but not much they could really use to stop him here. Just gets polyed here, I think. Gets feared. Mage gets the blink sheep. Welcome to the Jung is like Nick, Prev, Zhang. They basically won everything in season 1. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're doing their Feral Shadow Priest, HPL Damp stuff anymore. The games that they've played on broadcast today have been mostly Feral Ellie H Priest. Wonder if that series, what the end result of that series was on Flop's team. I think they won the mana game, right? On Imperium. So it's like at least 1-1, but it doesn't show me the rest of that series. So. I guess I could check the bracket. Let me see. I'll pull up the bracket. Wait, are they in losers bracket? No way, right? Well, I don't want to miss the game. I'll look. Yeah, they're still fighting them. It doesn't show on the bracket. Yeah, they played Holy Priest a lot of their games too. Interesting to see Sub Arcane though. Very different than Europe. Almost every other thing is just Outlaw. C2 is playing RMP, yeah. Outlaw RMP. It's the Kidney on Warrior. Putting both on Stun DR is kind of unfortunate because now he's forced to go rest the Druid. Actually, he just stuns him for CC and gets Storm Bolted. They get a clone off the cheap shot. All 3 on Stun DR. He's just gonna try to PV, but going for a Klepto, just being a lot of annoying spell steals to try to edge out on mana. But right now, Renner is actually ahead of Kearney on mana. 50 to 60 on mana. Oh, she's ahead in this series. Usually Nagren is game 1 that just doesn't track the score properly at the top. They won pretty convincingly on Nagrand. They're just spamming missiles. Hits the ring. Doesn't really go for it at all on the healer. Just gets spelled on the DPS. Reinhardt going in for a stun on Kearney or something, but gets roared instead. Salvage kind of just getting Marksman hunted on. Big spike right there. Wasn't even true shot. Kidney Poly's on the Warrior, while the Druid's getting triple cloned, and now they're going to try to switch the Poly and clone. Oh, they don't go for the reclone and the reshape. Ancient Allure. Cubsy's not in line yet. Now he is. Mana-wise, Kearney kind of got back there, so now Kearney's kind of tied / slightly ahead on mana. And our clone and Calvish on his Shadow Blades. Marksman does seem to be the upset spec because it didn't get nerfed. You can get some 6 million aim shots. We actually saw Flop's team take a game off of Welcome to the Jung. We don't know how that series went. I only got to see it go 1-1 so far. But yeah, they actually beat Ellie Feral H Priest as Ellie Marksman. I think it was a Resto Druid mirror. I don't remember. Yeah, it was Ellie Marksman Resto Druid versus Ellie Feral H Priest. And they actually took a game off even though they were behind on damage. Because they just won on mana. Turning a little bit of CC here, but they don't really have any pressure with that CC. Shigaku just didn't pre-gouge. While they wait to see if they can get CC on the healer or anything like that. Imagine if Cubsy and them do lose a game, they'll just switch to Outlaw Frost, and they'll just bring Dazed in, and throw Calvish on Outlaw or something. Or Calvish on Frost and Dazed on Outlaw. If Arcane is the issue. We saw a game go to 70% damp. There was an 11-minute game earlier. There's been some dampers. I think this game would be over if they were playing Outlaw Frost already, though. Really hard to just get CC against Hunter Druid when they're like really spread out. Don't have the mobility. When you're just, you go CC the healer, you come back, you get scatter, binded, trapped. All the hunters just throw their CC at the rogue for fun. Like, it's kind of different when you have an H priest that can like go CC the healer for you and you just ignore even trying to CC the healer. But yeah, right now there's a huge mana lead for Kearney. So this game's gonna close out pretty soon. Shigaku just getting peeled. I've wanted to save that disarm to line up with True Shot in 20. Runs over, disarms before True Shot. True Shot's going to be very scary not having disarm. I mean, yeah, he'll probably just gouge it into stone into clone or something, but keeping up Rupture on both, getting ready to go micro CC the healer soon. Still a big mana lead. Runner not really spending that last 10-20% of his mana. He's been just staying on it for a while. Will they get something off the cheap shot? Can't tell. No, they don't. He gets a full sheep actually way after the cheap shot. Kearney dying in a warrior fear into him. But he's fine. Trades out the bark skin and the bear form. A little scary for Kern here. All he really has is Trank, but it's not a bubble anymore. He actually has to cast it. He needs to get away and kind of Trank is like a lay on hands. And he just gets marksman. He clipped on the edge there. What was that? Just an aim shot? Or the end of the rapid fire? Because the rapid fire just completely shooting him through LOS. Yeah, he just died to the rapid fire. He was like around the corner, but it like clipped there. I thought he got like an aim shot or something, but holy hell, that ticked hard. It's like a 30% rapid fire tick. Good thing they didn't nerf the 6 million aim shots. But they actually got a cross kill. Should I missed that because I was just laughing about the marksman. How did the cross kill happen? Shit. Sorry about the ruining the liveness of it. We'll watch it live and then we'll see how it cross killed. I mean, right now they're really low. They have no way to heal. Cubsy probably isn't playing block heal. Either way, he has no block. This is their last go. They get the full blind. Warrior might actually die. Arcane as they execute. Okay, well, they were just having too much fun. They still ran back. I mean, Red Arc, it's still 1v2, technically. They have, like, no way to heal. There is a healer to just run around and be immune to CC and kill 2 people 20-0. It's definitely possible. Calv immediately steps. Cubsy probably going to die soon. Another little gouge kidney. Does he have bandages set up on the TR? Probably not, because you can't buy them from the vendor and you actually have to craft them. And it was a nightmare for me to make bandages when I played Season 1. Maybe they've changed that. I don't know if there's a new vendor for it. And they're just kiting their hearts out. He has Crimson Vial probably in a couple seconds. Oh, they just kill. God damn, that was probably the craziest thing I've seen today. How the hell did they get the cross kill? Because I was just laughing about how he died. So where's the cross kill happen here? So they get the full kidney. He's at 0 mana. 3 cheaps. Warrior comes over, Storm bolts him. Gets more cheaps. Gets binded. Had cloak for the binding. YOLO bombs. He's not in it, and he just dies. Okay. And then he steps and runs away. That's insane. And let me check the bracket. If there's a result yet. Welcome to Jung and Gustbusters. Still no verdict. As far as I know, it was 1-1. Yeah, they were. I said that already. All right, now this is the series I was talking about. So Flop's actually in the lead, and they switched back to Windwalker when they were winning on Hunter. Because it was 1-0 Jung, and then 1-1 Flop. And then apparently off stream it's 2-0 or 2-1 Flop, and then they pivot even though they're winning. Very confused. Maybe they like got a really unconvincing win and they started to adapt to it and it didn't feel good. And they weren't waiting for it to fail before switching. I don't know, I was kind of liking the Ellie Hunter. It seemed broken. Zhang did. Oh, maybe it's because Zhang switched to Resto Druid instead of H Priest. And then they just struggled to not just win on mana. That makes sense. Yeah, you can play literally anything with an Ellie. That's why it's so good in Shuffle. It's definitely the most flexible class. Kind of what old school Warlock used to kind of be. You just run around, do good DPS, be immortal. Earth Grab Totem is insane. Thunderstorm on like teammates across the map is insane. I think Mage is still more OP than Ellie though somehow. But yeah, if Mage didn't exist, it would just be pure Ellie. The rise of Resto Druids with the 4-piece though. That's my greatest fear. I hate HPL metas more than I hate Resto Druid metas, but when Resto Druids are doing some crazy shit, you know the game's about to get really damp. It's so hard to chase like a sprinting tank around a pillar to CC. That's you just get all the Dino PTSD of 2v2. Of just trying your heart out to get a singular CC while they're sprinting around a pillar the whole game. Right, going for some clones. Gets a clone out of flop. Win card in 13. I think he missed the Plunderstorm right there. All of the Michael Bay in every direction right there with all the meatballs. I've seen some people play Hunter Warrior, but it's not that great. Like the Warrior's still just gonna RP walk at all the Ellies and Mages. And Mortal Strike doesn't stack. Hunter already applies it. Big swap onto flop. In and bear form though. Wait, going for a clone out of that hex. Maybe he's gonna try to switch it to someone else. He's gonna switch it to Chen, I guess. Nope, he gets stopped. Our druids are running around trying to CC each other. At 20% damp, almost 5 minutes into the game. Both healers at half mana. Got an Incarn in 45. This is Windwalker CDs right now, but he's just stuck in clones. He's definitely sad about that. Like his whole image is in Zwen. Now he's not gonna like get his Celestial off, or at least it's not gonna line up with everything. He'll probably still press it without every modifier, but I don't know about tier sets yet because I don't have the tournament realm to test stuff. I didn't sign up. Seems really hard to test it for sub, but I'm really out of the loop on Asa. I just don't enjoy playing it right now. I'll be in the loop when I watch someone play the tournament, but I don't think anyone's gonna play non-outlaw. The thing. It's because they tried to play H-Priest. So they won game 1 as H-Priest Feral Ellie versus I think it was a mirror, or no, I think it was just the Windwalker shit, but with... And then game 2, they switched to Hunter Ellie Rest of Druid, and Zhang was still playing Priest. And then it went to 1-1. And then I didn't get to see the other game because it wasn't streamed. But I'm guessing that they just wasn't convincing after Zhang got on Rest of Druid instead of Holy Priest because they got off the Hunter. So I don't see this game ending anytime soon. Prep's got wall at 40. Yeah, there's no burrow, no wall, no Ironbark, but there's not really... I mean, I guess there is images up right now. Drake has wall and skin and renewal. Prep's gonna make it to that wall, and then they'll have Ironbark again. Like, Ironbark's here, then they have wall, then they have burrow. As long as Drake doesn't die without walling or renewaling, they're fine. There's a big Stormkeeper push right here. This is mostly just a mana bar game. And right now, I think Flop's behind on mana. It's pretty even, though. Like 30 to 20, right? My eyes can't see the bars that good. It's like 30 to 30. It's pretty even on mana. Incarn coming up in 10 seconds, so that's going to be a really big swing because Chun does not have Trinket. All 3 of them have no Trinket. Could be a really big swap to Flop here. Looks like that's what he's going for. But Flop knows, and he's immediately hiding in bear form in the room. Got a restraining order, and then they punish Drake for trying to RP walk at him too hard. He hasn't pressed the Incarn yet, though. So as soon as like Flop's in a good spot, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it right now. There's the Incarn, there's the Resell Stun, into the Trinket NS preform to be immune to restuns. Now he's going to run over and stun Dippy instead. Actually, he's just going for clones. He gets incapped into probably a clone. No, he doesn't. Right now, Drake is like 200k damage above everyone. And Prev is like 80 million above Dippy. So this is just a massive damage gap, and they're just going to win on mana. Unless Drake randomly dies here through wall and skin. But yeah, right now Flop's making the best he can with like 5-10% mana. And Zhang does at like 10-20% mana. Right now we're 8 minutes. I think it's like 40% damp. Yeah, 43 on dampening. No Ironbark available from Zhang. This is wall from Prev. Drake, not much defensively in the take, gets robbed into the room. Hopefully he doesn't get stunned out of LOS of his healer. Flop's coming out of stuns, probably gonna try to stun him back. He's just sub-rogue, triple stunning the healer while Dippy gets soloed by Prev. And there's the welcome to the Jung we're used to seeing. That was a quick game for them, a 9-minute game. World of Rest of Druid mana bars, even though there's like a 200 million damage gap. Rest of Druid is more popular than I thought it was gonna be, and I'm kind of sad. That means it's gonna be super damp. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting some Shadow Priest Feral. There's more Ellie on NA than I thought too. Generally, EU is more Ellie Shaman than NA. But yeah, Ellie was really popular in both regions today. Almost as popular as Mage. And I think it's potentially, even with Mage. I think Mage is more annoying to fight for sure. And Waz's domination on Mage, deciding between which is better, Ellie versus Mage, is kind of decided on Waz winning as Mage. But yeah, they're both insanely broken. If Mage wasn't broken, it would only be Ellie, I think. Like it's almost Mage tier. How you doing, Ozzy? Here's the channel. How you doing, man? There's no plugin to see people's gear and stuff, but it's all of the EU games and all the NA games going on for 8.5 hours. For admins. Probably a couple more series left for the bracket. Final game of the series. They go back to the Hunter Ellie versus the Feral Ellie. I think that's the right move. I don't think Windwalker Ellie was getting it done. Seemed way harder for Drake to do anything to flop, and it was good to protect flop with Roar of Sacrifice for the random incarn swaps. But ultimately, this is just going to be another 9-minute game that gets decided by mana. Favorite hero to play into? I don't really like fighting Rest of Druids or H-Pals. I think they're the most boring. H-Pals 2, Brute Force, PvE, Zug Zug, and Goes don't matter enough. There's just too many defensive CDs. And then Rest of Druid, every game is just PvEing and mana, and it's too hard to CC them. So I just like when peelers are playing aggro and being involved in CC and doing stuff. So I like playing with and against priests, dragons, and monks. Because they do things. And then Shaman's kind of in the middle. It doesn't do nothing. Like, it does a lot of cool static totems and can do some cross X's, and shear is good and all that. I don't have the bracket link on hand. I have to have out. They are not like 200 million behind on damage now. They're actually ahead on damage a little bit. Since they're making Drake's life a lot more miserable with a lot of like cross scatter shots and stuff. Goes for the binding knock into swapping him with just a binding shot. Instead of going for a binding trap, he just goes for a binding swap. So I'm just continuing to use that like 50-yard range from his mastery. Big aim shot there and some dippy procs. Zhang is still ahead on mana, despite them having a damage lead. Kind of like 90 to like 80 on mana. Mana's not going to be the biggest deal until we kind of start getting into that 40 to 70% dampening range, but got a couple more minutes to kind of kill. All the defensives are up across the board for both sides. You know, walls, turtles, ironbarks. Oh my. Not much has been forced by either side yet. Drake taking a lot of damage in there despite being in bear form. Does have Incarn in 3 seconds. Maybe he's going to look for a swap onto flop. It looks like Dippy's rotten a lot. Maybe he's just going to go maim the healer and then try to Incarn or something. Dippy's still just getting soloed by Prep. There's the lasso. Immediately gets cloned on at 0.1. Drake just getting defensively Intim stunned into a defensive scatter. While Trun runs around, deciding he wants to go for an aim shot. Does half of Prev's HP, all like 30%. Without true shot. They do get that extra modifier if they're above 80%. Big trank from the Zhang. Honestly, that costs so much mana, they're almost even on mana again. Lasso onto 1, maim onto 1, bash onto 1. They just RMP'd the whole team. Zhang doing that NS tree form to be immune to CC for a little bit as he walks around as a giant broccoli. Luckily, there's no ice wall to lock the broccoli form away. Full lasso onto Prev, gets kicked by Drake. Flop running around, gets a stun onto Drake. Big aim shot with that stun. Actually does not do anything. Zhang running over to go stun Dippy. And he just roars him because he's not playing Bash. This is live. This is the actual tournament UI that I'm watching the stream of the tournament. But this is like the tournament UI. Which does not give you as much info as I would like. It should show DRs at least. And there's always a lot of cooldowns that are important that are missing, like Smoke Bomb you can't see. You're that in a hurry to get away from me? There you go. No, I'm kidding. Big meatballs out from Prev. Dippy actually 13 or 10 million ahead. I don't know, there's so much information that the UI does not show you. Really, I feel bad for the commentators. Commentators. Unlisted? Yeah, it still works though. How it's meant to be. Mana wise, flops at like 35, 40%. I'm bad at gauging the bar. Definitely less than half. Probably like 35. And then Zhang's at like 50. So Zhang's team's ahead on mana. Drake does not have like a 200 million damage gap on everyone else this time. Because his uptime is way lower when he gets peeled a lot by the hunter. Last time that Flop and them won as Hunter Ellie, John was only like 100 million behind Drake and they still won on mana. So, but like right now, it seems like whatever they changed, mana's a lot more favored for Zhang now. I don't know if he's just star surging more or something like that. No idea what they changed. Can't really tell with this UI, but this is gonna be another, late dampening mana bar game for sure. That's kind of what these comps do. So, John taking a lot of Ellie Shaman damage. Random wind shear onto Zhang. Full stun onto Chun. He does have turtle, just no trinket. Gets topped. Going for some clones. Gets scattered. Big bite onto Chun. Goes to half HP. Goes for a defensive binding on Drake into probably like a defensive trap. No, he just tries to rapid fire swap him. Gets him to half. Flop going in for some stuns. DR stuns Drake since they already binding shot him earlier. Could have just waited till that was full again or something. It's gonna be a while for Flop to build up the combo points, I think. Chun kind of getting choked there. He had to pump his Exil heal there. Still has turtle. Flop just got out of CC chain, so he's able to hold on to that defensive though. So that he can actually properly trade it when the incarn happens in about 4 seconds. Big pre-unholy frenzy onto Chun. Turtle's doing some good damage. He's about to pop incarn for the restun here probably. There's the incarn restealth restun. Actually, he does not pop it. He's just holding on to it for the next full stun DR. Unless he decides to incarn swap Dippy or the other guy, but seems like he's just holding on to incarn for a second. Full stun onto Flop. There's the incarn. He's going to do a restun here. Defensive scatter onto Drake. Chun does the turtle this turn. Flop's just still getting swapped to in the middle of the map through his skin. Mana is pretty even. It's like 30 to 20. Dippy getting cloned. It's starting to pressure away for Drake and them because now Drake is got a huge damage lead. He's 140 million damage above Chun. His ferals do have the most uptime of any melee. Full stun onto Drake. Does just bark skin it because, it's good to have defensives you can press while stunned. Zhang just going for an efficient trank behind pillar, topping his team off. Didn't seem like they were taking any damage before that, and it's a really powerful heal, but Dippy's still kind of crossed in the background with he's just maimed so far away. Goes for another clone. Chun, nothing really available defensively in the tank. All that was his last row of sacrifice and crit immune. Well, he has one more wall, but Dippy getting Ellie Shaman done by Prev. Another flop from another Star Surge by Flop. Goes for the Stormkeeper. He's trying to make a big push, but he is at like 20% HP. 10% HP. They're both rotting. No CC onto Flop yet, but they're just all 3 dead. Triple kill. Drake like 170 million damage above Chun. I mean, that's as close as the series gets. Rare for Welcome to Jung even to go 3-1, let alone 3-2. So yeah, if you kind of look at there wasn't that much pet pad, so yeah, it was pretty accurate. Details was accurate for once. There's quite the damage gap. Usually Dippy and Prev are like within 10 million of each other until like the game ends. And then some stuff happens. Yeah, Shaman was bad for like all of a week or two, and then they got buffed right back to God mode. But technically Frost Mage is as broken as Ellie, if not more broken. But yeah, Ellie and Mage are like the best 2 wizards, and Outlaw and Feral are like the best 2 melee. And Ellie is generally the best solo queue class because there's no such thing as a bad Ellie Shaman comp. Doesn't matter if you're playing Ellie Hunter, Ellie Windwalker, Ellie Feral, Ellie Rogue, Ellie Mage, like Ellie DH. Like you can literally play anything with an Ellie because it just does good DPS. It's pretty tanky and Thunderstorming your teammates is insane, and Earth Grab is really good. Crazy, I listed like 10 different Ellie things, and I didn't even think to say Ellie Warrior when Thundercleave was like the old school poster child Ellie gun. Sub Fire Holy P versus Thunder, Thunder. Fire is a dog shit spec. And Sub is just a noob stomper spec. Now, if it was like Outlaw Frost Resto Druid or Outlaw Frost Holy Priest, probably Outlaw. Because I don't think Warrior is as good as Outlaw or Feral. Frost is like the best DPS of the whole game, besides Ellie. Warrior's the weak link in that equation. Do you think it'll be RMP or Thunder? Not really. Is there a way for what, Dirt? Oh, for looking up builds. Sorry, I didn't see the first part. You can't until top 8. The plugin thing doesn't work yet. Normally, they never do the offline qualifiers like this. This is like a new thing that apparently Venruki pushed for them to do, and I think it's a good move. It's a lot of fun to like actually see the games for people instead of just because every time there's AWC, people get so confused. It's just it starts in top 8 of the tournament, and people are like, "Oh, why do they invite this guy?" You know, they always lose at top 8 in the losers bracket. Or they just think it's like favoritism, or like, oh, why did this person not get invited? Like people don't even realize that it's just like a whole qualifier tournament to get to the streamed weekend games with commentators and all that. So yeah, now we got Renar again. Thought they already played this matchup. This is a repeat. But they did switch to Frost Outlaw instead of playing the Sub-Arcane Resto Druid. I thought they already played them, and then the Tiger's Peak game was the cross kill, right? Where they Sub-Arcane Druided it. But I'm thinking of a different team. BM is good. So is Marksman. Marksman can get like some 6 million crits out of like 12 million. Does good damage. Has like 50-yard range with the mastery. Big bomb onto the warrior. This should just be a 3-0 for Calvish, I think. Comp-wise. Hunter Warrior is not really that much of a comp. Pretty one-sided, 1.5-minute game. And Renner is actually kind of surviving. His Iron Bark in 8. His Spark Skin's about to end. He does have a tree, but he just doesn't have. He has NS in 1. He has NS tree now. The NS trees. He wasn't really on DR, so he's not really immuning any CC here. He's gonna get Rung of Frost on it. Oh, he's just ringing the Warrior for cross. Trying to resheep the Dispel on Warrior, but he didn't bite. He just held his Dispel. There's the stuns on DeKalb. He's actually just blocking aggro and going for a mass poly into just swapping. Big outlaw killing spree right there. It almost did 5% of the Druid's health. Fast Eye's mind control. into just swapping the hunter. Mage is just soloing him. Goes for a wall, but he's just gonna walk around it before the MC even ends. Doesn't really get anything done with that wall because it wasn't really tied to like stun or smoke bomb or anything. Television. I was gonna say almost dying without block, and then he did it. That, that's like the 5th marksman gaming today of just hunters 50-0ing people today. I would say that's the biggest upset spec I've seen today. There wasn't really any marksman upsets on EU though. There's just like a random like sub thug cleave that did really poorly, and I think that was like kind of it. I don't think we saw marksman LE over there, or that took a game off Welcome to the Jung. But it was just a mana lead. And we saw marksman solo Kearney on Druid. There's no way to look up his armory. I mean, unless you can find his actual character, if that's his same name. You can go on Saramate, search up Warrior and see what comes up. Maybe it's the one on Sargeras. He has rank 1 titles. Maybe it's him. Obviously, this isn't what he's playing on the tournament realm, because that's a realm where you get all of the vendors just best in select gear and all that. But this is the closest thing to what he plays on non-tournaments, but doesn't mean that's the spec he's playing in this matchup, because also people change their talents in different matchups. You know, it could be a different build. But there's no way to see what people are playing in the matches that they're playing until it's top 8 for the weekend. Which I think Friday is top 8 of Europe, Saturday is usually top 8 of NA, and then Sunday, Championship Sunday is like top 4 of each region. Or something like that. And when it's like the actual commentator event games, that's when you can see people's gear and stuff. There's like a little plugin like website thing you can go to, and it just shows you everything. Gonna stretch my legs while I wait on the next game for a second. The game's looking so far. There's been some Ellie, Resto Druid dampeners for sure. A lot of 8+ minute games, but a lot of Outlaw RMP, a lot of FMP. Some weird comps I haven't really seen. Like on Europe, there was even Europe had a Hunter Mage, NA had a Hunter Ellie. Mostly just Outlaw, yeah. Yeah, Marksman seems to be better than BM, yeah. There's been a lot of just accidental 40 Marksman kills on good teams. Like bracket, yeah. There you go. There's like a couple teams that played sub a couple games. Calvish played one game of, or like one series of like sub Arcane Resto Druid for fun against like a not top 4 team. But then the next series they're playing right now against Renar, they're playing Outlaw Frost with Calvish on Mage and Dazed playing. Bringing out the Cubsy Jape. But right now we're finishing off the move. Because Sturge is playing only Cup 1 and then he's stopping. He's still playing this cup to not screw over his team on points. And they are playing WizK on Warlock. They're playing Luck Feral Priest. Money is still on the Welcome to the Jung for this. I think Rest of the Druid's just going to have much better mana than a Priest. But this is my prediction of what the finals was going to be if Sturge was playing the whole thing. So that it would just be some more Feral mirrors with Sturge, but seems like the teams that are doing incredibly well are relying on Rest of the Druid more than Holy Priest. And I don't think Warlock is that strong compared to Ellie. But who knows? Maybe the Wizard will run it back on damage. Yeah, he's only playing Cup 1, and then he's letting his team find a different healer. But he's not going to screw them over into missing a whole cup, because there's only 3 cups this time. He's just stopping after this cup. This is his last run. Yeah, I mean, it definitely snuck in just the power of the tier set, like, quadrupled its power. I feel like it went from, like, mid to, like, the best healer. As soon as it got 4-piece. But H-Priest is also really good, especially for, like, Outlaw RMP and Feral Mage Priest. Pretty telling that Zhang tried to play Ellie Priest Feral, and they actually lost a game, and now Zhang's permanently playing Rest of Druid, and now they're just playing double Druid every game. Seems like Druid just kind of outclasses Priest. Favorite expansion? Probably Water Mop, to be honest, or Kata. Mostly just anything pre-Legion. I think Mythic Plus kind of ruined the class design and the animations of the game. But it's still a unique genre that you can't scratch the itch anywhere else, so. Surge are already kind of behind on mana, 50% to like 60 on mana. Yeah, League's even more toxic than WoW. I wish there was a details. I can't compare Drake and Fuse's damage. Normally there is one, but not all series they have details for whatever reason. Usually when they jump into a series midway through, I guess. Because this is multiple games into the series, even though it says 0-0, because game 1 is always played on Nagrand. So I don't know who won on Nagrand. When you jump into a series midway, it doesn't have details. So I can't really tell what Feral is ahead. Zhang and Sturge are pretty similar on mana. We got a kaiju battle between a giant angel and a giant tree, but they both turn back into normal. The betting man would just bet on Zhang and them. Welcome to the Jung, just winning in damp as usual. Most of their games are 8+ minutes long, decided by mana. because they know how to be immortal and they do the most DPS in the entire game. Clones Wiz. Going in to maybe switch the clone. Roar's Prev. Foil Zang to keep swapping on him. Much harder to tell without details, just on like how the PvE war is going. Another little NS tree farm push right here. Incarn from Drake in about 5. Fuse has no trinket, no wall, no bark skin. Fuse might be a really good target to swap to. Whereas if they commit to Wiz like this, he has wall and trinket, but he just dies through wall. Yeah, don't look at cooldowns. I could have maybe walled a little higher, but like, yeah. Yeah, here we can see the damage. Wiz is in last just because Warlock is not as good as an Ellie Shaman. I imagine that's probably 2-0 or 3-0 right there because it didn't show game 1 on Nagrand, but definitely different than what I thought it was going to be. I thought there was going to be like some Shadow Priest Feral from both of them and they would be the finals of the cup. But yeah, it's definitely just Ellie Feral instead for multiple teams. At least we got to see some quicker games, but yeah, for the most part, most games have been some 8-minute Rest of Druid shenanigans on NA. Europe was a little quicker for sure. There was more FMP on Europe. Decent representation of Hunter in both regions though, with Tony's team and Chun. Who's Echo's new third? I think they're playing with Mercy. He's like a multi-classer. I think Palomar also played sub, but they got dumpstered pretty hard. Because I think they fought F tier. And Windwalker Ellie is kind of hard to fight. But yeah, Calvish played one series of sub Arcane Rust of Druid, but then the next series they played Outlaw Frost, like they should have. I want to farm the trench coat transmog, but it looks like so annoying to farm. So it might be my next mission in between viewer twos. That's crazy how hunters have just been playing with wizards for a while now. And ferals have just like been the new rogue for a while. Even though outlaw's really there too. We played with the move. They got Fuse, who's a really good feral. I think that's just, be good doing drama for the sake of drama. I don't imagine about her like he's making way more than playing. Maybe it's just fun for him to watch it instead of play. But either way, I think, Fuse or Pika Feral would have been that same last game we just saw in Ashman. It's like the problem is just Warlock is not a mage or a Ellie. And I think Wrestle Druid actually is ahead of Holy Priest right now. But they're both close enough, so it's more of a Warlock problem than it was a Druid problem. I mean, he makes in like 4 hours of streaming what winning the whole tournament is, so there's like no point for him to compete. It would just lose him viewers and hurt his ability to get out of WoW. They switched to Ceralium. This is what I'd much rather see FMP. I think this is a winnable matchup for them. I kind of forgot they even had Ceralium. But yeah, Affliction definitely wasn't it, even for the blind pick. It was for a Blink Mass Polymorph. And then nothing. Okay. Found some more polys. Full clone on Drake. Full poly on the Zang. That's crazy. Getting sheeps out of nothing. Goes back after getting the shift and power off. Just spamming some AoE. Wish I had details for this game either. I'm guessing this is game 3 and they're down 0-2. We missed Nagrant and they were still playing Warlock on Ashmains. Not that we missed Nagrant by choice, it just didn't stream it. They don't stream full series, so. I'm guessing it's 0-2. This is match point. He's only playing this cup so he doesn't screw his team over because they were past the deadline to quit, so they couldn't get a new healer. I mean, I get it from Sturgis POV. It's just not the same team. Like, Wiz is the only founding member of the move left at this point. Because Jelly went out, then Pika went out. Trev just dying here. Yeah, he's leaving after this cup. This is his last run. And then there's going to be 2 more tournaments, and I have no idea who they're going to grab. It just puts them really far behind in the point standings to just dip the day before the tournament and not play when it's past the deadline to get a new healer. Rebuilding a whole new move. I wonder if they'll just change team names at that point. It's just the Whistler. Since he's not really a screamer to like need the branding. It's pretty obnoxious for a mage in doing LA, especially at Feral too. It's like he's having to go through all the shears and groundings, and then he can't really keep the Feral at all because he's just passively immune. But it does lower his options a lot. Well, Ceralium's been on the move for a hot minute now. Couple cups to couple seasons. He's a good pickup. He's one of the most dominant players when he made his run with Luminosity for a while. And then Fuse just joined to replace Pika, who's always been a really good Feral. Which it's nice to have a Feral main instead of Peekaboo re-rolling Feral in 2 weeks. And then almost winning the finals. Because every rogue re-rolled Feral except for Waz and Trill. But Trill did not have results on Rogue, only Waz had results on Rogue. Feral has been very broken for quite a while now. And losing 1 second of clone and 4% mortal strike did not fix it. Just too much quality of life being unrootable, unsheepable, and undisarmable. And having good AoE, good sustained DPS, good burst, and, 20-second kidney and triple stunts. He was just dying. Drake actually dies with the Ice Wall. Now it's like 2-1, I think. Much better that they're not playing Warlock. Like, this is actually a winnable matchup for them for sure. Yeah, Fuse up 50 million over Drake at 290. Surge doing 24 million damage on that Holy Priest. Not bad. Yeah, even if you get kicked on clone, like, you're still getting kicks out of the way for your teammates. Prediction for the finals? Still welcome to the Jung. Before the brackets were out, I predicted the move versus Welcome to the Jung before the whole Sturge news. But I thought it was going to be Feral Shadow Priest mirrors. I didn't think it was going to be Feral Lily versus Feral Mage, but definitely no HPAL stonks like I thought. Rest of the Druid stonks are way up. Like, it's actually potentially even better than Holy Priest, if not tied. Rest of the Druid with 4-piece is quite scary. But I think generally, for like the later cups, depending on who the move ends up getting to replace Sturge, Calv is probably the only team that can fight Welcome to the Jung. But we also just saw Flop's team go 3-2. They almost beat Welcome to the Jung with Hunter Ellie. Very, very close 10, like 8 to 11 minute dampener mana games. They're getting Joxy. Joxy's really good. That's not a bad pick. I think they'll stay as like a top 2, top 3 team then. I don't know if that beats Welcome to the Jung, but he's one of the best healers they could get for sure. He plays everything. He's really good. I liked the times I got to play with Joxy. He's a really chill dude. I was actually on a team with him at one point. He like YOLO joined a team I was doing because we thought it was just gonna be like free. We were like replacing him in for like the gauntlet, basically. And then we're like one game away from the gauntlet. And it just wasted a lot of his time. Felt bad. Or was that for Kata? Kind of blurring together. No, it wasn't the Kata tournament. Either way, I've enjoyed playing with him in the past. He's really good. I think that's a solid pick. I originally thought they were just gonna get like Brain or something and bring him out of retirement somehow. Yeah, it's too early to kind of predict the whole finals of all 3 cups. But obviously I would still pick Welcome to the Jung. They were too dominant in season 1, very Luminosity-esque, kind of very multi-tournament dominance like Echo. But yeah, they're kind of the obvious pick. And then, you know, 2nd through 5th could be like any of the following. Calvish, Sea-Doo, uh, Flop and Dippy in them. Tuna's team even. Probably missing someone in there to move themselves, like with Joxy, I think they'll do really well. But yeah. Welcome to the Jung is just very hard to kill. Zhang is just some of the best mana in the game. And they just always end up doing good DPS. Yeah, right now I think it's 2-1 match point. FMP did win the last game. They had a Ice Wall kill onto Drake. Do you think this is a much better matchup than playing Feral Warlock? Ellie and Mage are by far the best 2 casters, and Feral and Outlaw are by far the best 2 melee. Which was weird, we don't really see any Outlaw Ellies. You just see Ellie with everything. Feral, DH, Windwalker, Hunter. Surprised there's no Outlaw Ellies. Doesn't always feel that bad in Shuffle, but Shuffle is a joke. But I mean, in general, I guess when you play RMP versus FMP, it's pretty apparent that like Feral is always like 100 million damage above the Outlaw. I don't think Ellie Outlaw can kill. Like it's just too reliant on the Ellie, like 60-0ing someone. Whereas the Feral is like kind of just soloing people with Incarn in between the dampening. There's been a lot of hunters today, actually. Seen some Ellie marksman, a few other hunters. We saw KFC, which with Warrior Hunter. EU, there was like a marksman mage that played a game. Yeah, decent bit of hunters today. Any dev hunter? No. Big ice wall onto Zhang, but there is a little gap for him to walk around. Drake's still spiking pretty hard. Ice wall is kind of definitely their win con here. They'll just knocking Drake back on his leap. Drake going for some clones. Goes for the mass poly, hoping that Zhang leaves form randomly. Shimmering into him. Kind of a hard read there, didn't get it. Last game, I think Fuse was 50 million damage up on Drake, and Australium was like within 20, 30 million of the LE, I think. Not bad. Right now, mana is in favor of Zhang. It's like 50 to 60 or 70. I think it's like 50 to 60. They're all just retreating, throwing out some orbs. Fuse kind of just getting soloed. It's cloned low. Pushing in to try to switch a clone onto Sturge, I think, out of MAME. No, he's just sitting at the pillar in bear form. No Guardian for 25, no Angel for 40. They do still have life swap. Fuse has most of his defensive, though. He has wall, he has renewal coming up in a couple seconds. That'll kind of make him to his next skin. Both Incarns are available in the next 20. Fused Incarn is coming up a little first, though. Clones Drake, he's going to go in, press his Incarn here, probably. There's the Incarn, stun onto Prev. Now Drake's Incarn's coming up in 3, and he's on DR for every CC, whereas Fuse is going to get peeled on his. Now Drake's Incarning onto Fuse. They kicked air, though. I think, and gave him precog before he was even casting the clones. Gets the clone onto Prev to help him survive this Incarn go, but he's just getting crazy AoE on both Drake and Fuse. They're both kind of dying. There's the life swap from Sturge, goes into Angel form. Trying to frantically heal everything. Zhang is still at like 70% mana. Sturge is like 40. This might be the end. You know, well, not the end. They're going to the loser's bracket, but I mean, I'm trying, you know. I'd be horrible at like actual live broadcast with 10,000 viewers because it would just be filler. Okay, some stuff's gonna happen in a minute. Okay, some stuff's gonna happen in 2 minutes. Oh, here's the mana update. The mana report. I mean, it's actually the best way to analyze the game, but sometimes you just gotta yell random bullshit for no reason just to make it watchable. But in reality, it's like not what decides the game. It's the uptime, the DPS. You know, I don't do like the fluff. It's just kind of actually seeing what's important. Because right now it's, you know, Surge is at 20% mana, Zhang's at like 60. They're still got block and wall. He's doing some stuff with Veins. Fuse has, you know, renewal and skin and Heart of the Wild. Big Incarn go from Fuse in like 3 seconds. But all 3 of Welcome to the Jung has Trinket. So that Incarn's not going to get much done. You know, Prev's got wall in 4. It's like a defensive ice wall there. That's a little weird. I mean, I guess it stopped him from getting Ellie Shaman, but here's the probably Incarn, but Fuse still has his Incarn. He's just peeling Drake on his Incarn with some stun clones, and now he's going to probably go in and pop his own. There's another Angel form from Sturge, giving him that infinite mana to cast out a free heal, try to top people off. Heart of the Wild, kind of dying through it in that MAME, no bark skin for it. Zhang throwing out some Star Surges to help out with the DPS. Yeah, Drake kind of just getting triple stunned here by this Incarn. I was kind of close. I wish I could see Ice Wall CD on the UI. Can't see Smoke Bomb either. And then Fuse just dies. The non-Incarn. But that's just because they're room. Now, this is a record mana game right here. Winning a mana game in 7.5 minutes instead of 8 to 11 minutes. They're parsing. Yeah, we got Drake, 420 damage. And then Ellie is, you know, also like 90 million up. Yeah, you basically got Too lazy to do math. Almost 800 million damage to like 600 something. Now Pika is a vanilla classic TV player now. Makes more money. More watchable for people that want to watch paint dry. And he's entertaining enough to actually sell it. Very hard to make watching paint dry entertaining. And he's very talented to be able to make people actually enjoy vanilla WoW. Mage team do? I don't think it did that great. But actually, I think the hunter randomly 40-0'd someone at some point. But I couldn't see the full series. So I wonder how many more series are left for today. Or admins. It's the same guys and not 2 shifts because they're 9.5 hours in. Counting Europe. No, I'm not playing this time around. I don't have enough time off to like practice and stuff. And there just wasn't the politics for it. I asked a couple people to play for fun like 2 days before the deadline, but it just didn't pan out. Couldn't fill out a whole roster. People like told other people they would play like a day before I asked. Just bad timing. Or like a day or two, like 2 days. So I was gonna maybe just YOLO play some RMP with like Zig and Mason, but I'm doing like some search engine optimization stuff part time as like my main gig now over streaming, and I'm streaming like 3 or 4 days a week, usually like 3. Because my streaming income is just non-existent nowadays because ad revenue just isn't worth anything anymore. And ads were like the bulk of my channel. Like if I was like 500 viewers with like 700 subs, like maybe it would be almost doable, but without ads. But no, that still wouldn't be enough full time to like still budget for taxes and get out of debt. Like I make like 1,000 a month from streaming now, not even. Like 800 to 1,200 a month for taxes. Used to be like 18 to 3K a month before taxes. And then this new search engine thing where I can kind of just pick my hours as I want is like 2K a month-ish before tax. I have an associate's in computer networking, yeah. But I don't want to go back to IT hell. It just pays less than fast food almost. And it's too much stress. Like, why go to help desk and get blamed for everything when you escalate anything? And deal with crummy people? Basically make what In and Out makes. So yeah, I want to find another main gig and then kind of have 3 jobs and then do like the blog writing, search engine stuff as the side gig and then streaming as the 3rd job. But I don't really want to go back into help desk. I have a friend that's trying to help me with get into a QA role for something, but I haven't heard back on the referral yet. But yeah, trying to get stuff going. It's just I have a lot of debt I got to get through. I had like a no interest for a year kind of kick in. If you did YouTube, I don't think that's like the sole issue. And I'm just bad at YouTube. It's a different game than Twitch. And I just don't think there's that much discoverability in Arena. It's just so done over the last 20 years. There's not really anything new you can come up with that I can see that hasn't been done. Yeah, right now it's just doing the search engine stuff, and then streaming, and then coaching. Of what, like help desk roles? Just like a year. And there's also like a 3-year gap in my resume right now. So it's not great. I just suck at editing and it's just not my what I'm good at. I overthink things and I'm not that efficient with my time for it. Record myself saying the same line 500 times. After World Soul Saga? I don't think so. I think they'll just go back to just milking classic. I feel like that's kind of why they announced 3 expansions at once. Is they're just trying to speedrun the end of the game. 'Cause it's been a good, 20 plus years. Would you ever go back to get a bachelor's? I mean, if it was like some European shit where it was free and not like $100,000 of debt and a full-time job's worth of time. If I got paid to go to school and I could afford rent and everything, sure. I like learning. But that's not the way the world works, and I don't need more debt. Drop WoW 2. I don't think a WoW 2 could ever hold me. And it's not even about like losing all the rewards and stuff and starting fresh. It's I just don't have faith in them to make what Arena is about be translated into something else. Because they're not going to separate Arena from the MMO, but I feel like it'll just be some weird, battleground world PvP focused thing where they'll just like shoehorn Arena in, but the class design will just be so different. It's not going to be the soul of what makes WoW accidentally good, of like the fake casting and. I think it'll just be kind of too modernized if there ever is a WoW 2. After introducing player housing, that's a good take too. I don't know. I think that they'll just keep it in limbo and not make new content, and then like player housing is like the end vehicle for like showing what you did. But here's all my achievements happily ever after. Oh, nice. We get to see try and one shot them. That's it. I'm guessing this is the losers bracket. Yeah, that was a good update. Throwing us into the last 10 seconds of that game. I would imagine in terms of rank 1 spots, even without alt spots, rank 1 is much or retail is much more popular for PvP than classic. Because there's like 200 plus rank 1 spots that are just like 80 or 100 of them are real. Like actually someone said 120 are real, but I forget where they got that number from. And that 80 of them were alts. Classic, there was like 6 rank 1 spots without the alt system. So there's obviously more people playing retail arena for rank 1, even in real 3s, not just shuffle. It's like all of the rank 1 spots on NA were just Europeans coming from EU. But I think MOP will be really popular in the summer for a couple months, but it's gonna have the same problem as all the other versions of Classic. They're not gonna fix the MMR system or fix LFG or, add in real solo queue that's not shuffle or do more than one tournament. They'll just cash in on the hype for a couple months and then leave it to rot while you play the same season 3 times in a row. At least there won't be PV gear, but how you doing, High Killer? Like, Mop's a great game. I still don't think it's gonna last more than a season. If Kata didn't last and Wrath didn't last, I don't see anything different happening. I don't think it will, to be honest. Especially with just all the warlocks. Now, if they fixed LFG and added solo queue and stuff, then yeah, it would do great. And it'd be good for just for Mop to just stay permanently with changes that make it private servery and just have everyone on retail just go over and play Mop full time if it lasted perma and it just became the Smash Melee of yeah, we don't play the new one. But yeah, Kata's very dead right now. Now we have another rematch of the lower bracket since Chun and Flop and them lost to Welcome to the Jung. I mean, anyone that queues into them is generally, they're the favorites of the whole tournament. So it does suck to get sent to the losers bracket fighting the number one team, but do be what it do be. They also knocked the move into the losers bracket, I think. Well, yeah, welcome to the Jung. Yeah, the losers bracket doesn't look that scary. I'm surprised they're playing Windwalker Shadow Priest. Maybe they're just warming up Nuazam because he's been on the bench mostly. Because they've been playing mostly Ellie Shaman comps like everyone has been. And they're just thinking, in the losers bracket, they can just kind of play whatever they want, see how people do, see how comps are, test shit out. A little egotistical to not just send in the Ellie here. Unless they really think Acid Warlock can kill the Ellie, I don't know. I don't know. I'm like 31. I just don't have the time or the money to go back to school right now. It's not in the cards. Oh, there's the whole hassle of like trying to get my credits like transferred over and stuff. Like, I had details for this match, but big AoE robs the rogue. Rogue just steps over it. No trinket for 50. HPL pushing in for a Hodge on the flop, but he gets stunned by the priest. He's still running in. Mai's sprinting to this day. Got lost looking for the root. He's like, is he on this side of the room? Nope. He does make his way there, gets the Hodge, key turns. Goes for the rep like after the Hodge is over. Bomb onto Chun, immediately jumps into it. Iron barks him, gets off cheap shot into a rep. Cranks for 0.1 and gets AoE corroded on it. Lock ports, they're both just getting windwalkered on. Big slicing wind plunderstorm gets coiled on it. HPL is very ahead on mana, but I don't think this is going to be a mana matchup. I think Lock is dying in the next like 10 seconds. I had wings there unless the UI is bugged, but I don't know. I think that's just quick 3-0 for the losers bracket. And then let me look at the bracket still. Forget who is left for dead. Munis team, okay. Yeah, the move stomps them, goes up there, and then whoever drops out of round 8, match 1. So here's F tier versus a flop. F tier versus flop and losers. Oh, that's depressing. One of them's not going to make it. And then this side of the bracket doesn't really matter. Now, if flop in them or F tier in them like landed on this side of the bracket, both of them would get to make it. Like, who are either of these teams? Oh, I guess the Brua gets to get to for free. I don't know the other team in loser. That's unfortunate that flop and F tier are both on this side. I don't know who this team is. Yeah, so I guess the Brua gets top 8 for free. The will of the bracket. F tier versus flop though. That's a hard one to pick because this just happened. We got dopamine going on though. Poor Dopa. Didn't they lose to Welcome to the Jung? And now they have to fight the move and the losers. Their bracket is cursed. I probably would pick flop in them over F tier. Even though it's probably going to be a Windwalker Ellie mare. I just probably would pick Chun over Dorito, maybe. I mean, Dorito probably does more damage, but Chun probably has. Yeah, they both have pretty similar experience. I guess the deciding factor is just flop on that rest of Druid mana. Because F tier's playing with Feed God, right? I mean, he plays everything, but. The move opting to go back to Wiz Warlock. Crazy Wiz doesn't have Ellie. Surprised they wouldn't just lead with FMP. I feel like FMP can beat RMP. I know Palliumorph wasn't enjoying it fighting Calvish, but I think that's just a Calv diff. Awaken almost dying after life swapping, having to use Angel Form defensively to find him. He is able to heal himself in the Angel Form, which is good at least. He was just getting chunked. Big Shadow Blades from Palomor, since he's like one of the only sub-rogues not playing Outlaw right now. Opting to play the Orc sub-rogue instead of Human, kind of weird. Less damage. No blades for a minute. This is the end of the veins. No blades or veins for a while. Awaken's already in 7 minutes. Surge is almost too. We do know this is a fresh series because it's game 1. I mean, even if Palomar expected them to start with FMP, like, Outlaw's better in that matchup anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. I've pretty much said similar things to Poike multiple classics ago. The no changes crowd have no idea what they're saying. It all just stems from the mistrust of Blizzard turning it into another retail, but the reality is it's like it can be done in a tasteful way where it's just improvements and not like changing class design. You can do system changes that don't affect classes at all and just make the game better. Like, it should just be more private servery in terms of like having a dual area and stuff like that. That was game 1 because it's Nagrand. Normally they don't track the match scores, but since it's Nagrand, we know that's game 1, so they're down 0-1. But it's a best of 3, so. But losing to a Warlock is not a good sign, but their bracket is cursed. They lost, I think, to Welcome to the Jung, right? Or was it flop? I forget who their first loss was to. But they fought like a top 4 team lost, and now they're fighting the move in the losers bracket, which is another really good team. Like another top 4. Like their bracket is actually so hard. And then Calvish's bracket, since their number 1 seed, was just all no names. Like the only like half name team they fought was Hansel until the end. Like who did they fight at the top of the bracket? I forget. Who's control alt defeat again? Oh, they fought Renar's team to end. Yeah, like that's. I played with Renar. Renar's my boy, but that's not like a top 4. Yeah, like Calvish's bracket was just free. Now the downside is they have to fight Welcome to Junk first for top 4, but even then they just if they lose to Welcome to the Junk, they still run it back through losers to rematch the final probably. Outlaw is the best, yeah. It's way more popular for tournament. Just more mobile, more tanky. Killing spree out of roots, vanish out of roots every 30. More sustained DPS, even though generally RMP versus FMP, the Feral is going to be like 100 million above the Outlaw. Right now, Palomar is playing the move. They're 0-1. They just lost to the move. Yeah, it's good support for the team. Roll the Bones Haste is gone, but it has more uptime. Gives tricks pretty conveniently. Easier to CC healers that are permanently on the pillar by grappling over and grappling back. Even though step is way more useful for not glitching out and for being able to like actually interrupt things. It's like easy to react to grapple kick, and grapple also just isn't instant for like kicking shimmer and stuff like that. Outlaw is 0 burst. Some of it, like it does less burst than a healer. You can literally like killing spree someone into like a billion between the eyes procs does nothing. Your macro tricks? No. Outlaw RP, I think, generally just has more mage uptime and easier time CCing the healer. But yeah, we have Flop versus F tier. These are both like top 4 teams playing to not even get top 8 because they both got like Welcome to the Junk done, I think. Or I forget who F tier lost to. But yeah, the top half of the bracket is so much easier than the bottom half of the bracket. It's kind of insane. Like 80% of the good teams are on the bottom half, and then the top half was like free. And then basically, wait, is this behind? Because yeah, this is the streamed games for the weekend. So if the move or Palomar win this, they go to top 8. Whereas, who are these teams again? I don't know who either of those teams are either. That is a weird bracket. Where's the Brewers team? I thought they were making it too. Maybe I was looking at the bracket wrong. Oh, so never mind. They didn't get top 8. The Brewers team is the YY whatever. YPPM. So they didn't make it. They lost to When Will You Learn? I don't know who that is. Who's Max Mage? Chris Kilborn? I don't know who any of these people are. Apparently they 3-0'd. I'm watching it on YouTube. If you want to go back to the games. I thought they had a free top 8. I don't know who this team is. I don't know. Yeah, it does suck that F tier and flop have to fight each other to get top 8. The top side of the bracket is so much more heavier than the bottom, or the bottom side is so much heavier than the top side. And then yeah, this going on between the move and Dopa sides who gets top 8 too. It'd be crazy if the move didn't make top 8 with still playing with Surge right now. But I mean, it's just because they lost to Welcome to the Jung. Can't blame them for that. It's #1 team versus like #2 team of last season. But I imagine the move will probably beat Dopa. It sucks they don't, kind of the way the matchup goes. And then who's this team? I don't even know who Wan Shot is. Just, oh, it's Val's team. Okay. Yeah, probably the move versus them beginning of Friday or Saturday or whatever. And then I'm going full March Madness. I would say I think Sea-Doo can beat Tuna somehow. I think that's crazy. Most people would pick the other way around. I think it's possible. I mean, most cases FMP does really well into it. And it's the double druid shit. It's just you don't bet against Trill. Usually. Even though they did nowhere near as God, no, you bet against Trill because he's not playing Feral. Season 1 they got shit on so much. Because there's just everyone was Feral except for Waz. Waz was like the only non-Feral. Probably put Tuna above Liquid. I think Welcome to the Jung will probably beat Calvish. And then Calvish will crawl back through the losers. And then I think obviously the move probably beats Val's team. And then who else would be at losers at that point? It'd be the move versus Sea-Doo. That's closer. And then the move versus probably Tuna, and then the move probably versus Calvish. And then Welcome to the Jung wins the whole thing. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass, just guessing for fun. In terms of what I would bet on if I had money to bet and people actually bet it on WoW. I think Calv's the only team that can kind of fight Welcome to the Jung. Granted, Flop's team went 3-2 with them and almost won. That was really close, so. Kind of the most important match of like what decides this whole bracket is how the series is going between Flop and Welcome and F tier. I think Flop's a pretty big important part of top 3. Same with F tier. Crazy that both of them are playing for top 8. I think these are both like top 4, top 5 teams. Top 3 to 5 teams. I think Flop could even get second. Maybe. Somehow. I mean, I just get top 8 playing with YOLO different teams every season. I never really pushed that seriously. I made the gauntlet once or twice, but I just get top 8, get made fun of by all 10,000 people in Twitch chat, and then lose immediately in top 8. That is like my cycle, But at least I get top 8 like 90% of the time, even when I'm playing with healers that haven't even been rank 1 yet. So, but the difference in like top 8 and top 4 is like a bigger difference than like rank 1 and like rival or duelist. And it just sucks being the villain. Where like even if you're the underdog, people are still rooting against you. Like that's fucked up, man. It's just the hatred that people have for rogues. World everyone roots for the Chiefs, yeah. Yeah, I want to know how this series is going. Flop versus F tier is like really important for the bracket. And then winners is done. We got our top 4, I think, already. As just like top 4 is Sea-Doo, Tuna, Calvin, Welcome to the Jung. Well, top 6. Like winners half of top 6. Alright, here's the rest of this series. I don't know what number it is. Ashmane's probably game 2 or game 3. This is probably the most important match of the bracket. Like I said, I'd probably give this to flop just because Dragon isn't as good as Resto Druid. Good night, Slate. Granted, Dragon is good into Resto Druid. So even if Resto Druid is a better dampener, Dragon is usually what's good because of the Klepto Purge, where you purge everything with Fire Breath. So maybe actually, in a world where Nozom is playing, I love Nozom, but not an Ellie Shaman. I mean, they played Shadow Priest in the last series too. I wonder if they actually think Windwalker Shadow Priest is better than Windwalker Ellie. Or they just don't want to play a mirror. Or if it's like something like the, you know, Ellie's just not even there. Like maybe Dippy had to go to like work or something randomly. In which case, I thought Nozom could play Ellie too. But I don't know. I do think Dragon is good into Druid. One team has an Ellie and the other team does not have an Ellie. I think it's possible for F tier actually. In terms of who can fight Welcome to the Jung, more important to the bracket if Flop did well. But either way, they're ironing out for the next few comps or cups. It is weird to see these matchups though. And both these teams probably shouldn't be that low in the lower bracket, but like where they landed kind of sucks. Be fighting each other. Because the other half of the bracket with like Palmore and Abrua and all that was like much freer than like 2 top 4 teams fighting each other. I still don't know the team that Abrua and them lost to, the Max one. I have no idea who that is. The When Will You Learn team. Yeah, Max Mage, Chris, Killborn, and Rank 1 Clicker. I don't know who that is at all. I mean, right now, Flop is probably way ahead of mana. I can't see because he's in cat form, but I mean, throughout the game, he's been much better on mana. Feed God's running out of mana already. Flop's just kind of staying in cat form half the game, 50% mana. Effortlessly healing through this. Nozom's got Swap and Disperse. Chun's got Karma. I mean, Flop might be a little scared. No Skin, no Ironbark, no NS tree form. I don't even. He's got Ancient of Lore in 15, but no NS to use it with. Has Ironbark for himself, but he doesn't want to come out of bear form. Tops himself with a Swiftman. Almost gets one shot twice through Lay on Handsing himself. Has to Ironbark himself. That means Nozom's not going to get Ironbark, so he's going to have to disperse. A good sleep into resleep because, you know, dragons can spam it kind of like Repentance. Nozom, no disperse, no swap. Kind of taking a little bit of damage, you know, 55 minutes into the game, 23% damp. I don't know why my brain thought it was 50 damp for a second. Feed God is completely tapped full, like 5% mana. Going Oom in 5 minutes is crazy. If this was a Resto Druid Mirror, they'd still have half mana at like 7 minutes. And it would be like an 8 to 11 minute game. Trying to MD something, gets knocked up in the air. First in 48 seconds. No Ironbark for 40 either. Flop trying to fake a precog to get some clones on the DPS to try to take away some of this damage. But Nozom's definitely scared here. Windwalker has images and Zwen coming up in 20 that he won't have Disperse for. Like his Disperse is 10 seconds behind the Windwalker one shot. And Flop won't have Ironbark for it either. So Chun's gonna need like some miracle peels or something. Or for them to just die in the next 10 seconds because they're room. But their Feed God's actually going up in mana. Because they've just had so much pressure. And then they get another full sleep onto the healer. Nozom can't tremor that because he's not an Ellie Shaman, so they just kind of die. Who needs mana when you have an Ellie Shaman? And we got Dorito being 30 million damage up on Chun. Don't know if that was game 3 or game 2. We got rated, gifted another one. Hell yeah. Hopefully that wasn't game 3. I'm rooting for my boy Flop. Nice commentated. I mean, I'll take it. I don't feel like my commentating style would ever work on real broadcast. It would just be, okay, we're 4 minutes into the game. Here's the mana update. Here's the dampening update. Okay, he's going to incarn in the next 48 seconds. And he's going to have these 2 defensives for that. And then a minute after, they're going to trade these cooldowns. And then a minute after, there's going to be a 30, 40-second window where they don't have a defensive. Okay. Dead silence for 20 seconds. I wish I could see the DRs. Dead silence for 20 seconds. Okay, here's the mana update and the dampening update. I don't think that's a good style, but I can talk fast. If they gave me a whole different UI than what the commentators had, and I had like DRs and everything and ability to see every cooldown, like of like Ice Wall or Smoke Bomb, then yeah, I think I could talk fast. I could fill in the dead air if I had DRs of like, okay, they have a go coming up. Their turn now, you know, like I could actually make it more of a tennis match if I could see DRs. But with no DRs, it's kind of just all over the place, full PV more. It makes mana even more important than it normally is when that's like the main plot point that you can see. Bracket? I don't have a command for it, but there you go. Kind of already made my predictions of what the the broadcast this weekend is gonna look like, but I think the move beats Dopa. The move probably beats who's one shot again? I said that earlier. I think that's Val's team. Yeah, the move beats Val. And then I don't know who falls out of winners in what order. But I think Welcome to the Jung beats Calv. Calv runs its back through losers. CD probably loses to Tuna. And then CD probably cleans up the rest of losers except for Calv. CD probably loses to Calv. I think that's the order of things. Order of operations. I gotta answer my phone one sec. This is on YouTube, yeah. Normally they don't stream the top 8 qualifiers at all. This is like a new thing that Venruki pushed for. But yeah, it's unlisted on YouTube. You can't actually search for it. Kind of for people to just kind of stream and stuff, but yeah, normally it just goes straight to top 8. Yeah, they switched Dippy back in for Windwalker Mage. I don't know why they're not just playing Dippy Elliot playing a mirror, but I guess that's just because Dragon is good into Resta Druid, but like, I don't know. That's not enough of a reason to just not play Ellie Shaman. I will say now that a Frost Mage is not letting Dorito move, Chun does have a 40 million damage gap over Dorito. Whereas before, Dorito was hard gapping Chun on damage. Dorito poured him back. For the monk, probably? I mean, Mage is probably more broken overall than Ellie, so yeah. It's just weird that neither of them play Pharaoh. Pharaoh is just so broken right now. Full sweep onto feed. Defensive leg sweep out of dip, you know? Onto Dippy. Cast some damn clones coming out from flop. Clones him low. Is he going to reclone him low and then try to switch to clone? No, he just goes over to feed and tries to stun him, but he gets incapped. Feed going for some sleeps. Might get it. He gets the full sleep. Gun's still stunned without trinket. Goes for a resleep. Goes for a fly. We're kind of just swapping him. He had the skin there. Mana's pretty even. Like 50 to 40. Full clone onto feed. Dorito just dying through karma. Has to pour it. Trying to heal himself. Chun's just morking over there. Double ports back. Yeah, Prez is pretty extinct on this. It's some of the only games we've seen it today. Good into Druid, but they were playing it into everything. Kind of weird that they're kind of forcing the Prez. I think Feed Gun could multi-class. I will say there hasn't been that many Windwalker mirrors today. It's been almost all Outlaw and Feral. Feral being the most popular just because of how many Ellie Shamans there are too. I'd say Feral Mage and Feral Ellie are probably the best comps in the game. Besides Outlaw RMP. Yes, the lasso. Goes for some resheeps into a full clone. He's got not that many cooldowns left. No emerald for 2 minutes. No time dial for 30. No rewind for 3 minutes. That's a big downside of Dragon is like rewind is like a 4-minute CD. Flop has Ironbark. He has 2 charges of NS. And he has Trank. Images and Zwen are pumping from Chun right now. Burrito gets Ursal Vortex, gets back, gets rescued by the dragon, tries to time stop some CC. Dippy's trying to get a sheep onto the healer. He's trying to fake kick from the dragon. Doesn't get it. Burrito just kind of RP walking all game, trying to do something. Big slice onto Dippy, though. Still has both ice blocks almost 6 minutes into the game. And the mana's already an issue now, so. Last time Feed God won while he had no mana, though, so. Maybe they'll have an influx of Ellie Shaman damage just single-handedly turned the tide of the game, but. Flop has Trinket and NS Tree Form. Dippy's got 2 blocks. Chun has Karma. I don't think they're dying anytime soon. I think Dorito's gonna die in the next like 30 seconds. Here's the CC chain. Flop's in sleep, so he can't really clone off this poly, but he gets a repoly. Actually, he doesn't. Thought they were gonna get like repolys into a clone, maybe. Dorito just kind of getting punched. Fist of Fury. Trying to roll away, gets Ice Nova, Karmas. Is he gonna block aggro for the Karma? Nope. He's just veinsing through it, broke the Karma in like 2 or 3 globals. Damage shot's not doing that much to them. Feed God regenerating a little bit of mana. It's kind of the same story as last game where it was like 30 to 5 on mana, and now it's like 30 to 20 on mana, or 30 to 10. 32% dampening, 6.5 minutes in. The tree form's about to end. No Ironbark. He does still have like a second NS and like a Swiftman, but either way, Chun still has Karma. This is still Zwen and everything. Dippy still has both blocks. Dippy spiking really hard. Holds on to his block. Nope, he has to block. I thought he was going to maybe die without blocking there. Crazy damage from Stall. Big Celestial. The game is kind of fully started at this being and 35% dampening thing. Stuff is going on. Going for some polys to get the spell out of the way and maybe switch the sheep to someone else. He's trying to resheep the dispel. Doesn't get it. Big slicing wins. I think he missed. He just blinked the slice. I thought Dorito was dead like a minute ago, but might be another turnaround from Feed. Flop's also all got in the last like 15% of his mana. Ironbark's out. Should be fine. Incap Sol for cross CC. Offensively, incaps Dippy to live. Gets Ice Nova. Try to slice away. Just dies, yeah. Kind of need a mana bar to keep PV in. Not the most convincing matchup for them, though. Kind of crazy that Chun usually multi-classes a bunch of different classes. I don't know why he doesn't have Outlaw or Feral. He's good enough to play them. But yeah, with the Frost Mage making Dorito unable to move, Chun's actually 140 or 130 million more damage. But when it was previously Windwalker Shadow Priest versus Windwalker Ellie, Chun was down like 40 million. But yeah, with the Frost Mage, Dorito's just stuck on the back foot. RP walking the entire game from 90% Fist Snare and just random Frost Mage Chains of Ice and random Frostbite and Ice Nova. Like, he just can't move at all. So, can't really do damage if you're rooted the entire game trying to walk. Yeah, generally Dragon is a counter to Resto Druid. But I think Resto Druid's too broken right now. It doesn't even matter because it has better mana, better HPS. I think the Klepto Purge is like more of an issue if the game is faster paced and they're going Druid and just cheesing killing him and forcing him to use like every CD. Like, oh, Trinket Tree Form to not die, you know, or something like that. But I don't know if that was game 3 or game 2, but that's one of the more important series. Flopping them 1 on mana. I think they lost game 1, right? Was the mana? Or they won on mana and then they randomly killed. Forget who died. But yeah, I think it's 1-1 right now. Don't even know what happened. Another mana game, and they just killed Dorito. He was running around trying to live for a while, but he just died. Go back for you once there's downtime. Yeah, it's 1-1 right now. %40 damp, almost 8 minutes in. Game's kind of starting. And he has Karma in like 3, and he just dies right before Karma comes up. They had Rewind actually for that. It was speed CC'd, just no mana to press it. But yeah. We're 10 seconds into this game. I went back for a second. Big double leg sweep, hits flop. He trinket NS tree forms himself. Yeah, once they put the Mage into the equation, Sun was like 100 million or more above Dorito. Whereas when it was them trying to play Windwalker Shadow Priest, Dorito was like 40 million above Chun. Or I think it's 1-1. Or 2-1, I forget. Because like, yeah. They didn't broadcast all the games. Like they could have just not broadcasted one of the games and we missed it, but I'm not sure. More just the defensive CDs out trade the offensive CDs. Why it's so healer smorky where like if you're going healers, you're going through half as many CDs in the game. You're just getting the healer cooldowns and maybe like the DPS trinkets to peel and maybe a DPS external. But when you're going through a DPS cooldown, it's DPS cooldown, healer cooldown, DPS cooldown, healer cooldown, DPS cooldown, healer emergency cooldown, DPS cooldown, healer cooldown. Oh, there's like a 30-second window where they don't have something. But when you're just go a healer, get something, go a healer, get something, like you're going through half as many cooldowns. How you doing, Tarek? Dorito almost getting chunked there. Big Plunderstorm Slicing Wind right there. In cap for solve or cross. Mana is already in lead of flop. I think the Windwalker knocked him in the air and then he did Gust of Wind and it sent him like way further. That looked weird. How much mobility Saul got there. Dorito's still just trying to have uptime onto flop or onto Dippy. It is really hard to hit a mage, but blinks away. Right now, Dorito's actually above Chun on damage. Barely. They're pretty much tied. 147 to 146. Previously, Chun was way over Dorito on damage just because of Frost Mage affecting his uptime. Whenever he changed, he's having a lot more uptime onto Dippy now. Karma's aggro. Try to get that Fist of Fury to hit anything, but big double sweep. Dippy not having blink for that. Full sleep onto flop. Is he going to get the resleep? Nope, it breaks. When an image is still out for Chun right now. Big Celestial Conduit on everything. Dorito also Celestial there. But his is like kind of more defensive, but he's just trying to run, but Mana's a little closer. It's like 50 to 45. Yeah, it's not a great map for Mage. I mean, there's like some good Ice Wall choke points on this map, but Dorito is definitely having a lot more uptime into a Mage than he should. Like, Dorito should not be above Chun on damage when he's getting Frost Maged. Like Flop's regen a little bit of mana here. Actually, Feed's actually kind of tied or above Flop for the first time in this whole series on mana. Like 45 to like 40 or 35 even. 20% damp. We're at that like 5-minute mark almost. DP still having both blocks. Gun still having Karma, but no Trinket. Flop still having Trinket NS, Tree Form. Actually, Tree Form just ended. Trinket NS and Iron Bark. Well, no Trinket. Everything about that statement was wrong. Yeah, they have way less CDs than I thought. Yeah. DP just getting instant casted on. Gets sheared. Flop just kind of wild dashes across. Incaps him, still in bear form. They're going him. He'd wait for him to leave bear, but gets polyed on it anyway. Not really going to get anything done with that leg sweep. Knocks him into the air. Flop just patiently sitting in bear at like 80% HP. He did still skin there, but gonna have skin for like every leg sweep, so. Actually, leg sweep's a little shorter of a CD than the skin, but. All doing like a defensive lasso onto Chun. Chun trinketed aggro for that. Maybe he'll get caught in some kind of multi-leg sweep later or anything. All having to burrow here because he does not have wall available and Feed God is Double DB on everything, well, triple. Feed God 0 mana, 6.5 minutes into the game. Blob getting a nice little trink off, still has like 20% mana left. Dippy still has both blocks pretty much every game. As he has to block within seconds of me saying that. Comes out, goes for a sheep, gets sheared. Blob running around in bear form, does have bark skin for this. The polys are ending. Is he going to try to go for a clone? Probably not. It's too risky. Actually, he does go for it. Gets the full clone onto Feed God. Dorito has nothing. He karmas. Karma will probably break within like 2 or 3 globals of hitting into it. If they want to put the dot on themselves. Looks like they're just waiting it out. Doesn't want the dot. Doesn't do that much damage, but Feed God regened a lot of mana there. He went from completely to the same mana as Flop. They both have like less than 20% mana remaining. We're at pretty much 40% dampening, 7.5 minutes into the game. Call has wall in 10 seconds. Go for an incap off the or cyclone off the incap. They don't even need to. They just swap to him and kill him because he has 0 mana. I don't know if that was match point or not. There might be one more. Run properly, 70 million above Dorito. What rogue spec? Anything works in BGs. I would say probably sub though for BGs. Outlaw works too though. Yeah, Outlaw's just designed for really long, damp tournament games. Feral does do everything else, it does better. But at least you have AoE Garrote and passive, like 20-yard range AoE, 84% chains of Ice Shiv. Outlaw have the best burst? No. Outlaw bursts less than healers. Has the worst burst in the entire game. You can do like spam between the eyes into killing spree, and it's like not even 30% of someone's health. Like the classes that actually just 6DO people and kill people on their own are basically like Marksman Hunter, Windwalker, Ellie Shaman, Feral Incarn, and Subruk. If you have like blades and everything and they have no trinket. But Subruk has like more counterplay than the other ones. This is the last game of the series. So I was right. 2-1 now in favor of flop. Yeah, sub's really fun right now. I won't make any changes Friday, maybe. I don't think so though. They usually don't really make that many changes. They just speedrun the same tournament 3 weeks in a row. And then maybe do change for the finals, but the voice crack finals. I think that was the worst voice crack of today. 6.5 hours in. 31 years old, by the way. Guess I'm just dehydrated. Can't even do that on demand if I wanted to. Emerald coming out from feed. Just some posturing with cooldowns. Surprisingly, you know, after I had to use a lot of defensives in the first 2 minutes. And Wall's coming back up though. Karma will be up before you know it. The main one of like rewind is still available for feed, but and time dial is kind of the iron bark of dragon, so he's almost usually gonna have that. Dragon's generally good into Druid, but yeah, right now flops up 2-1. Any tips to survive? What do you mean by so far behind? Like on like the game and what's going on, or honestly, the middle of the season doesn't really matter. People just play the end of seasons and the beginning of seasons. Everyone gets their full gear in like 1 month and then goes like AFK for like 5 months. And then everyone plays the end of the season, the last month, like of a 6 month season or so. So kind of works out. Not gonna miss that much. You'll come back. There'll be Infinite Conquest. Warm up for like a couple days to a week, and then holy, I honestly was kind of going on your question. I guess that means F tier doesn't make top 8. That's true. You can't purge into it. Yeah, Dragon's just not nearly as good as Resto on mana, HPS, everything. Like the Klepto Purge would only be relevant if they were trying to kill flop and stunts. Like if it was like Rogue Boomy Dragon or something. Then Dragon would be like its usual old self of being good into Druid. Yeah. But just like all Chun with just one Fist of Fury. I was the victim of a 7 million Fist of Fury in Shuffle yesterday. The 4 set is actually kind of crazy for Windwalker. Yeah, I don't think Dippy touches him like at all. Like Dippy's just sitting here. He throws one Ice Lance. Like what kills him? Literally just Fist of Fury, no images, knows when. He strikes so the cast goes off quicker, or like Strike of the Windlord. Just boom, boom, boom. Wall Fist. While he's 90% snared. But yeah, that's all she wrote. So they make top 8, Flops team, and F tier doesn't. And then this side of the bracket, I don't even know who this team is that they beat. Abura. And they beat Abjured. I don't know who this team is. And then I think Wanshot is like Val's team. I think they're just going to lose to the move. And then I think Tuna's team probably beats Team Liquid. And then I think, obviously, Welcome to the Junk probably beats Calvish. And then Calvish runs it back through losers. That is my prediction. Yeah, we'll see that on Saturday. Montage team? Yeah, I know who Abjured is. I'm talking about When Will You Learn? This team beat a couple teams, and I have no idea who they are. Because, yeah, I don't know who Max Mage is, Chris, Stillborn, or Rank 1 Clicker, but they beat multiple teams. Max Villain and Melon? Oh. Oh, that's... Melon's my boy. Surprised that Melon would play with Max after, like, all he's done with the whole getting canceled stuff, but... I think he's just been an arcane mage for a hot minute. Like, whenever they do play Ardruid, Kearney's just been playing every healer. Like, Kearney played Ardruid some of the games. They played a sub-arcane rest of the Druid, and then most of the games Calvish was on Frost. Because Cubsy won't play Frost. And then they just bring out Dazed on Outlaw. But I think I'm gonna go get some food. I think that was the last game, right? Or is there more that I missed? It says there's more. I'll wait and see if there's more, but pretty sure that was the last game. I mean, Ardruid is probably the best healer in the game right now. We are in an Ardruid meta again, sadly. Yeah, my problem is just trying to CC arrest the druid. Yeah, I don't think there's any other series for him to play on the bracket. 'Cause this is top 8, right? Oh, maybe there is one more round, actually. No, because top 4 is basically top 6, and then 4 people get in from top 8 that just immediately get removed and fall down into the other half. Because yeah, winners is done. Top 6 is just, Sea Tuna, and Calv. Welcome to the Jung. But I thought this was, the rest of top 8 and it is done. But maybe there is one more? I would watch the one Calvish series where they got a cross kill. I think it was Tiger's Peak. No, not this game. There was a crazy cross kill where they double reverse swept it, Rogue Mage 2's first healer DPS. And then the Druid was trying to 1v2 the Rogue Mage even. It was a crazy game. Don't remember when it was. I think Calvish also tweeted it, but a lot of games in here. I think it was here. Yeah, it was this game. Such a long VOD that it's hard not to overshoot past anything. I think our Druid's the best healer, yeah. Holy Priest is close though, like they're the top 2 by a lot. Alright, here's a good spot. I mean, I saw it live, I was freaking out. Someone said, "Is there any must-see games from today?" Because I watched all everything since Europe. I didn't see your POV. I only watched the tournament stream. Yeah, it was funny because I was rewinding how Kearney died like 5 times. I didn't even know there was a cross kill. I'm like, did he get aim shot? It was just rapid fire, right? And then I rewind, and then I rewatch the rapid fire, then I rewind, then I rewatch the rapid fire, and then I hit skip to the present, and I'm like, oh, it's a cross kill. And then I have to go back and watch that. All right, let me see your POV real quick. But yeah, there's some good games today. Crazy how fucking lopsided the bracket was. Like your side of the bracket was just so free. And then crazy that F tier had to fight Flop's team in losers. And then the bottom half was like a Brua versus Melon versus I forget the other team that was down in like and Palomar. Like the bottom side of the bracket was so weird. Pays to be number 1 seed, I guess. That just be how it be. Yeah, you guys played this one insane. I actually thought there was like a universe where Renar actually could have maybe done the 1v2 with you. Because you both were like 10%. But I imagine you probably don't have bandages, right? Because the stupid fucking vendor doesn't have bandages and you have to like actually craft them. I know I had to make like 700 bandages in season 1. If I had TR access, I would just trade them to you, but I had to like actually go tailoring on one character. Yeah, bandages would have been sick this game. I mean, a lot of times it's just one tick of bandage still can kind of save you at low HP though. Yeah, this game was just nuts. I've done AWC a few times. I kind of just get non rank 1 healers to top 8 and then, make gauntlet. But it's not worth hundreds of hours of effort for like 600 bucks. And I'm bad at the politics. And yeah, it's just not worth my time or effort. And I'm trying to do other work outside of even streaming right now. Yeah, that's actually insane. Yeah, it was like extra nerve wracking on my end because like I can't see any of the cooldowns on the normal stream. Like you can't see smoke bomb, you can't see ice wall, you can't see crimson vial. I'm like, he's dotted. I don't know if he already crimson vialed or not. But like, yeah, this game was just nuts. But yeah, I would say if you get to pick one game, like this was probably the game of the day. And then there was a couple other series that were really good. Like I think Flop going 3-2 against Welcome to the Jung was a really good series. Even though every game was like 8 to 10 minutes long, mana bar game. I would just look up Chun's armory on his hunter, but because you can't look up the gear stuff until top 8. Yeah, I don't think that you see the Sentinel route. Like just there running on that kidney is so hilarious. Even I might have gotten baited to try to do a damage global or something. Like the biggest game of keep away of all time. Like it's more funny to watch it from this POV than your POV, Calvish. Just because you could actually just see almost like Renar's POV. Of he's just like, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. It's so painful. How I switch teams now. But yeah, a lot of good games today on Europe too. A lot of FMP mirrors over there. Actually, a 10.5 hour VOD. I'm not missing anything now, though, am I? No. I looked at the bracket. I thought it was over. But yeah, the bracket was really weird, for sure. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. Get some food. 9 p.m. GG's, Cal. Rooting for you versus Welcome to the Jung in the finals. Tomorrow might be my day off, so I'll probably just see you guys on Friday. Maybe watch some Europe and then play some viewer twos or something and some shuffles, but